Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. It's Monday night, and here we are. Time to chat up a lovely storm. But welcome in, everyone. Caddie here with you today, feeling chat-tastic. And hope you all are too. Hey, for once it's actually let me do stuff. That's a plus. Yeah, I actually make a way so I don't have to deal with whether or not I can pop my window up. I threw OBS above my head so I can start and stop my recording without any hassle. It's literally above my head right now. First, hello Jack, hello Wild, hello Tanya. Now, I'm a very large caddy. This is a very, very big caddy. Absolutely huge caddy. Biggest caddy. Biggest. So big. But hello Tanya. Hello Wild. Hello Jack. It is good to see all of you. Yeah. Did that window get locked up? Did I actually minimize that already? I did somehow manage to do that. Man, I'm doing good tonight. Pull that back up. I have a message somewhere over here. This better be important. It's not important. Got it. Miss Echo, you are not late. It is currently within the 2-minute mark. You are pretty darn good. I so far have managed to say hello, and that's about it. Gotta go, be back later. It's okay, Miss Echo. I never think of you as late. Heck, you're here. You're in good time in my book. I was late. I was like a minute late to start. Maybe 2 even. Actually, I was closer to 3. Goodness glaciers. I'm late. I was late. Hi, Silver Bablican. Welcome in. So, for any of you that hadn't already magically noticed, I'm in a different avatar. I won a raffle on Saturday, and I got this cute little foxy avatar, which my wonderful Fopsy was able to get uploaded for me that same night. And here we are. I have this wonderful little critter now on my list of critters I possess. Good news on my PC. Oh, got news. Hopefully it's good news. Is it good news? Please tell me it's good news. Hopefully it's going to be able to be fixed ASAP. We want to have you back up and running. But this little critter has a few options. Clothing-wise, by default, I'm really happy. Good news and bad news. Probably something is wrong, but that's at least a fixable thing then. Currently I'm wearing the athletic option, which has more than one t-shirt. It has this one, which is kind of plainy-ish, and a black and white one that's not at all fun. But I like this one. I spy a teacup fop. Meow, no, not teacup fops. I'm just Caddie. But besides this little outfit, it has a few more that came with it. It has this I is everything going to show up? There we go. Nice little outfit. Comfy. Doable. Bad news. My hard drive died. Good news. My graphics card only needed a small repair. Well, that's good. Additionally, it has this amazing set of climbing gear that I can put on. I mean, we all need climbing gear here and there. And this one came with climbing gear, so I am prepared for climbing with this gear. That's exactly what it's for. It has one purpose, and that's that purpose. At least I can fix this without going back in. Haha, climbing gear. Exactly. Climbing gear. Borky. Yay. Well, I'm glad your graphics card is going to be okay. Hard drive, that's not the worst. Hard drive, if anything, is probably one of the better things that could have gone wrong. You're still small. No. Climbing gear, exactly. My Lego has tiny teapot for the tiny teacup. I am so big. I am just so big. Okay, we'll take off that climbing gear. It has this really sweet hoodie that I definitely like. It's super comfy looking. Nice, like Fopsy on the back and everything. I'm a teacup line, silly Lily. I'm a teacup line. I'm a teacup line here too. I'm a teacup Fopsy here to entertain you and make you all smile. And Papa Marie does say, hello, silly Lily. I'm a teacup Fopsy here to make you smile and brighten up your day. Hopefully in the future I can recover the data from the hard drive. There are very important pictures. Oh, well, hopefully anything that's important you can get out of it. Used for climbing, you're dumb. I'm assuming you meant to spell mountain there. We're going to just go with you were trying to spell mountain. Silly Lily is jamming. I see you jamming there. And one more outfit. Specifically, this one was related to virality this last year. But I'll give you a good turnaround on that. Give you a full look. I really like it. It's very bright. It's got a lot going on, and yeah, it's a fun little outfit. Heck, I might actually wear this to the next virality. I'm bad at getting around to making an outfit for those events, so this might happen. This might work. Bloop, 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 bloop. I do think my favorite, though, is the... Loaf. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. My name is Caddie. I'm here to entertain all of you and hope to brighten up your Monday and your every day but Saturday. And ara loaf, ara. But I won this little critter in a contest, and I'm really happy with him. He also has a couple of different base fur patterns, like I can be a gray Fopsy. This black colored Fopsy. or red Fopsy, which I have colored a little bit to be the way I am right now. If anything, it looks a little bit redder than I had thought it was earlier. Probably just the lighting here. I'll leave it that number. I kind of like that one at least. Light red. Lightish red. And bloop. I will let that particular critter in. Pank. You're Pank, silly little. You're a Pank. Femboy Pank. Meow, 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 meow. But it is interesting when you win a contest, getting to try out a new critter. I'll be back. Gonna keep up my watch streak with a sweet bun bun. Aw, sweet. Not Pank. I don't know. Claiming I'm Pank, so maybe you're Pank. No, you Pank. No, you wear Pank. You're Pank. Tonight I made a fun dinner just because it seemed like a good idea. I made hamburgers on the grill. Regular burgers. I wear pink, Pank, you wear light red. Yeah. You're Pank. You're very Pank. When I was out grocery shopping, I found a bag of a dozen, like the bakery type hamburger buns, at about the same price per bun that I would normally get the regular super cheap store brand hamburger buns. So obviously I picked those up. And I had at least one 4-pack of hamburgers in the freezer that needed to be eaten anyway. So today I pulled out that pack, defrosted it, and chucked all 4 circles on the grill. I did me a can of mushrooms. I did Fopsy some peppers and onions. And I made us a bag of frozen onion rings to go with them. Made for a lovely overall combo. Overly filling. It was actually more food than either of us felt like we should have eaten. But yum. Very tasty. Very happy lion. You were on time, Miss Echo. You were within the 2-minute mark. I'd say you were pretty darn good. Yeah, the Chinese Lego set I got sent one instruction sheet, and I don't think they have a booklet like Lego does. So in the future, buy Lego or Mega Bloks. Honestly, there's a lot of different brands out there that are fun. Hello, Phantom. How are you doing, my little twinsy? I'm okay. I am just ducky-tastic. May I loveth upon you. Yay. That's my sweet little Phantom. That's a good boy. That's a fabulous little foxy. Phantom and I are actually wearing the same avatar. We're Silverfins. Silverfins. Something like that. Here, I'll move the camera back a little so you can see him better. He's not going to be Mike Wazowski by my tail in the picture. Ta-da! There we go. That's a little better. He's beautiful. He's princess. A princess Fopsy. Very princess. That's the thing. The Chinese don't have an online variant or even a scan. Now, I have different not Legos that I've gotten over the years that have actually had really good instructions. Chateau had really good instructions, and what was the name? Slew Buns. Slew Buns had great instructions. I loved working on those sets. In fact, those ones are pretty darn close to Lego quality in both bricks and in construction. So, you spot Sloobons on the Amazon or whatever. Yeah. Probably in for still a good time. But the burgers came out really good. This sheet is one giant map-sized page with 25 steps. I feel I need more than 25 steps. That sounds more like older Lego instructions, to be honest. If you ever saw some of the older Lego castle instructions, which I actually have, you'd know what I meant. They really can be consolidated in the unfun way. I even took the buns for the burgers, which were unsliced, sliced them and put them on the top rack of the grill to toast off a bit. Really added a nice flavor to them. A little bit of Worcestershire on there too. Such a good overall experience. Oh, funny thing is now with the Lego Builder app, they have instructions for the old sets. Wonder how old they go, because I have a lot of older sets. And my version of older goes way back to the late 70s at this point. I know I mentioned at some point on stream that I made the fried rice with the leftover rotisserie chicken. That turned out really good. That was actually a banger of a batch of fried rice I made on Wednesday last week. We still have probably about a good sized serving left of that in the fridge. I need to get that eaten. I feel like the fact that I got as much chicken as I did in there and the extra rice, it had a lot of chance to be a good flavor, and it really shone through. Funny thing is, all that breast meat, normally I find a little dry, but the fact that I cooked it up with plenty of that Korean barbecue sauce and with the mushrooms and the cashews, it really woke it up and got it to be a rather juicy additive to the fried rice. So it was a good thing. We unwasted that boob and turned it into something very useful. Between that and the old brick service, you could rebuild old Lego sets. You probably could. Assuming the pieces still exist. Some pieces they don't make anymore. That's one of the bigger tricks. It's pretty low key on cooking the last few days past making that fried rice on Wednesday. Had leftovers of that on Thursday and Friday and heck, even Saturday. Even on Sunday, goodness gracious, I need to add variety to my life. I'm eating the same darn thing too much. I think fandom turned into my big brother. Or sister. Can't tell which. Either way, they're a princess. Are you enjoying us being in the same critter? Me too. I look forward to seeing some of the critters you won in the raffle being worn too. I bet you're going to look fabulous in each and every one of those. Didn't you win like 2 or 3 of the things? The Ziva, and I also won the retexture. with a audio link. Ah, that's what it was. Got the Ziva and the audio link retexturization. Nice. Which critter do you think you're going to get audio textured? Oh my. That is heckin' pretty kitty. I love those spots. That is beautiful. I don't know if all you can see this. I'm going to have to make sure you can see this kitty. That is pretty. That's super pretty. So pretty. Boop. Also, that collar tag there, that's just the grinning pop cat. That is amazing. Lots of lovely details. So well done. Thank you for being extra amazing for us. Speaking of meals, I should have seconds tonight. I'm full, but there's not quite a portion left over. Make a lunch out of it. There's nothing wrong with that. I like to, if there's not enough of something, just box it up or bowl it or bag it or whatever it is, and turn it into a smaller meal. Can always have as a side point or snack at some time. I know I'm probably one of the worst people about remembering to eat a snack size object out of the fridge. Speaking of which, I think there's like a third of a can of corn in the fridge I really need to heat up and eat, but I forget about things and then they don't get eaten. Or I just don't have time to incorporate it into something else I'm enjoying. Pets made my connection go poof. Yeah, see, me petting Phantom broke them. I finished the Animal Crossing set, and I will say some of the detail on it is amazing. Animal Crossing sets have been really fun. Fopsy has a lot of those now. There's a tiny phone, and they printed apps on it. Oh no, Caddie has the pet of death. It is the pet of death. Pet of death. I'm such an evil creature. Meow. But overall, food was really good this last week or so. That fried rice was such a happy thought. And the burgers tonight, oh, that was so good. Just having a freshly grilled burger with mushrooms on it, and those baked onion rings. Lovely. Just lovely. There we are. And I've returned a Phantom. And they are looking like a very pretty kitty again. Hold on, let me see if it works. You're still here. Okay. Curse must be fixed. But good damn, that is pretty. Very pretty. And that one is the Ziva. I got the choice between this, the Space Heen, and the Baller Redux. Though I might go Ziva. Nice. All of which are good choices to get your audio link recolorization with. I bet that no matter which one you get, it's gonna look awesome. Wicked awesome. Yeah. I made burgers on Sunday, says the Wild. Phantom could have done the funniest thing. What, you mean like disappearing or respawning immediately as soon as I touch their head? No, Phantom wouldn't be that kind of mean to me and make me worry that I'm breaking them. Phantom likes me and stuff. I think. You're not late, Echo. I agree, Echo is not late. Echo's never late. She was here within 2 minutes. Shoot, I was over 2 minutes late. And I'm the one making a stream. So you need to punish me and tell me to go stand in the corner later or something, I guess. And hello, Tiggy. Phantom's having all the luck tonight. Crashed again. But welcome in, Tiger Paw. You still out on adventure time, or are you back home now? I actually had a topic I want to talk about today. Something that's been going through my head, and I think I can get quite a bit of Babylon in. Education. Just got unpacked from trip. Yay! Silent poof. Hate my connection. It's always VRC after a certain time. Well, tell your connection to be nicer to you. You deserve it. So our American education system and the requirements thereof really have been annoying me more and more every year that goes by, both for the requirement thereof and what it actually provides you as a student. Now, I graduated from high school and college a long time ago, so I'm not like fresh off the blocks, but I have been paying attention to how things have been going since I was there, and it's gotten a ton worse. So, even when I was in school, my K to 12 situation, education was not great as far as what you actually learned. Now, I'll definitely say learning basic math, critical. In this country, learning English, or in whatever country you are in, learning that native language, that accepted national primary language, definitely not a bad thing. That way you can get around, talk to people, and make change. These are kind of some important basic functionalities of life. And I'm not going to complain about the fact that you had to learn at least English more than 1 year, or possibly several years also on basic math services, because there's a lot to learn in both of those things. Heck, I'll even give points to some of the earlier elementary classes like spelling and reading and whatnot. Those are critical functions. They help you learn how to learn, and learn how to, well, use the English language for your benefit. My problem is basically everything after that. And I know from any different country that may be watching or listening, that includes Phantom here, you would have had most definitely a different experience with your history/social studies classes throughout your educational career. Because one thing I always note when people talk about our education is what I learned in history/social studies for 12-ish years. Basically relearning the Civil War and the Revolutionary War of this country. Anything else history related is just barely touched on that gets talked about at all. And I mean at all. I'm not expecting I learn anything else but those two wars for 12 years. As I don't think we had a history class of any sort or social studies of any sort in kindergarten. But from first grade on, we definitely did every year. And every single year, it was basic United States 2 wars of histories. And short answer, that's not even the only 2 wars that were fought in the United States. We had a few. We had several of those silly things. History was wars. Medieval, Tudor times, Victorian, industrial. Well, yes, I completely agree. I absolutely agree. Then Welsh history. My problem is, for 12 years, we learned about 2 wars. You just listed, like, series of times when wars were occurring, and we didn't learn about any of that in history. We learned about 2 wars. Just 2. That's all that happened in all of history. That's all that happened before I was born. At least it was mainly English and not Welsh. Well, true. We didn't learn anything in Welsh. You know the drill for me. I'll join after my stuff with my stuff on my face. And that's absolutely perfectly good. But yeah, all of the stuff that happened everywhere else, just trying to say it in Welsh, is a mouthful. Nice. Well, at least I don't have that particular problem. Now, there's a long stretch before the American Revolutionary War that we could have learned about. Also, I'm not saying either of those 2 things to have learned about were bad to learn about. It was okay. It's actually good that we learned about. Yeah, I know. I'm going to keep talking. They can look back at the VOD if they want to relive this. These were both quite cromulent wars. They were definite milestones in the American history, and I certainly say we should have learned about them. But not be the only 2 things we learn about over and over and over again. There were plenty of other wars fought on these soils over the several hundred years since, we had boots on ground from Europe. We could learn about any of those that occurred here. Anything that happened before the United States was, colonized. Learning even just a smattering of Roman history or Victorian times or medievally zone. Any of that would have been actually really good too. Or some more moderner history. The number of people I had as adults in my life that lived through wars that were never even mentioned in school as I was growing up. And they were long since past at that point. So they were history. They had gone by. We had 2 world wars, the Vietnam War, the Korean War. All of those had come and gone. Now, I'll kind of accept one of the reasons why they don't talk about 2 of those is because technically we didn't exactly win those. Korean War and the Vietnam War, we kind of just ended up exiting. Who's the second cutie? Sadness, I missed stuff. You didn't miss much. Gonna dip and see if I can see this getting political. Actually, this is not going to get political. I'm actually going to go deeper into education. Just touching on the fact that I can understand why certain things were omitted. Phantom. Anything after 1 minute is late. It is not late, dear. It is not late. Phantom is being wonderful and entertaining us all. Because Phantom is being beautiful. Yes, and Phantom does not like the word cute, but to be fair, Miss Echo didn't know it was you. So I'll give her a partial pass on that, because she didn't just call you cute intentionally. She had no idea it was you. And right now you are a very beautiful kitty. See, she didn't realize it was you. I think at least we all know better than to call you cute on purpose. Accidentally? Yeah, I'm going to break that. But I do my best. Still, I'll be back later. Okay, Jack, you be back later. You're beautiful. You're very beautiful. No be sad, Miss Echo. No be sad. We're here to be happy. Even if I am ranting about our educational system. And yes, I actually thoroughly thought about this before coming on to stream. So I've been thinking about this for the last few days, trying to decide what I didn't want to talk about it. I promise I didn't want to get too much into the weeds on anything political related to this. Just noting stuff that was not showing up in our history textbooks, because we focus on 2 parts of U.S. history and teach that continuously. And I feel like for one class out of all of them, that one should have been a little bit more diverse. And for that matter, if those 2 particular wars were some of the most pertinent ones, put them in the middle to later part of our education as to when we learn about them. Make that be middle school-ish or early high school. Somewhere between 6th and 10th grade area. Get into those ones when you're still actually caring about your education and you're old enough to understand things. And maybe spend some of 1 through 5 learning about other things that happen across the globe throughout all of the generations of actual history we have out there. That would probably be very helpful and make American children a lot more capable of understanding what's happening in the rest of the world. Okay, I'm not going to lie. Due to our education system and lack of any historical information about a lot of countries, I legit thought the majority of Africa was uninhabited. Almost the entirety of it was uninhabited. I had no idea people lived in South Africa till adult. Most of Central Asia was just a big splotch of land that I know was, at the time that I was growing up, the USSR. Now is just Russia. But for as far as I knew, most of that was just big spaces between places where people lived. Concepts of a lot of these other places, I didn't really realize where they were on the globe, let alone how big they were, how populated they were. I didn't even know what the Philippines were till maybe 10 years ago. I didn't even know New Zealand was a thing till Lord of the Rings. Um, but I feel like we could have had a better education about everywhere history, not just two basic wars. And that's just one part of our educational system that I feel was lacking. And if you diversify that a lot more, you probably wouldn't even need to have a history class every single year. Or cut it down to a smaller chunk of classage and just to spread the butter, as it were, throughout your entire K through 12 experience. Now, on to the next one of the bigger elephants in the room, the English language. Now, if you live in a different country where the primariest language, and I use that in all of the biggest air quotes because some places even here that's kind of fuzzy. If you have a different language than English, insert that here. You probably have a similar experience to what I'm about to discuss. If we need to have a full major part of our education be the English language for 12 years, actually that one is one of the ones that does exist in kindergarten, so I would say then 13 years of your basic educational career, what is wrong? And I'm not saying learn all this in a single year, mind you. I'm sure there's a lot of detailed little this and that's. But for the most part, we don't take away much of anything, in this country anyway, from our English classes past about the 5th grade. Everything past that, you've learned how to construct a sentence. You know how to, write words. Good. Spending 12 years of our lives re-educating how to diagram a sentence every year, which, raise your hands in chat. Do you remember the last time you diagrammed a sentence? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone remember that? No? Okay. So yeah, that would be a waste of functionality. Why are we spending all this time worrying about that? And again, if your career is going to be based around any of these specific things, yes, by all means, learn further into them. Have that be part of your chosen studies from past the basic elementary stage on. And you'll learn more about your direction in life. Math, anything past even just basic algebra for most people's normal day-to-day lives, you probably don't need that. You probably don't even need basic algebra. You may just need like pre-algebra at best. And that's being pretty generous. Unless you work in a math-based field where you're really doing a lot of calculations of complex natures on a day-to-day basis, a lot of that becomes not relevant to your normal functions. In fact, almost everything past like basic algebra, everyone's going to forget by the time they're out of high school. It's just gone. You don't remember that stuff because you never need it. You're going to not be sitting there doing word problems on a day-to-day basis. Meow. Privy. Complex area calculations. some geometry, yeah, that might be useful. And I'll lump physics into there because that's more calculations as well. I give that FOPS credit. It's cute, but it's not for me. That's okay. I can change if it's bothering people. Avatars. Apply. Wow, that's dark in here. Avatars. We'll switch to Pink Bunny. That should work okay. It's pretty bright. It's sparkly at least. Should work okay in this world. But yeah, the amount of math we go through and get educated on a yearly basis, it's cute on you. Aw, thank you. I appreciate you saying so. But we'll keep crashing more and more of the basic and advanced maths in there, which all that ends up doing is stressing a lot of the students out who are not overly great with math. Whereas ones like me who excelled in math had a great time there. And again, right now, I'm complaining about something I actually enjoyed. All right, see, we're not just stopping at where I think it was a good idea just because I liked it. I'm stopping where I feel like it was actually causing a problem. For the Arflin and the Mayu, not biased or anything. You're allowed to like whatever you like, dear. So math, that again, basic functionality for most normal people in most careers, they don't really need anything past that maybe 6th grade or 7th grade. For you to have had at least some basic pre-algebra and or geometry type education, which you can squeeze that all in right there. That's perfectly cromulent. I want to see, please. Oh, did you miss seeing the new Foxy avatar? I had it on a bit ago. I can switch back. Apply. You did? Okay. So math question mark? I don't know. I always thought it was a question mark. Fluff. I may have been AFK mostly, and oh my god, that's adorable. I did see that briefly. Yay! Is puppy 90% of the time? Totally not biased for the Arflin. Nope. So math can be a major problem for our students because of what we teach is not necessarily the area we need in life. Honestly, if we wanted to have more math, focus more on math in the way that would actually help someone in their real life after basic education for when they're going to be out in the real world. And this is the especially critical function of high school, or should be the function of high school. The transition from your educational status to your functional status. It's like one thing to learn basic skills, basic building blocks in your K through 6 or 7 zone. When you're hitting like your 9 through 12s, you're going to need the application to that. You're going to need the what you're doing with that stuff you just learned. Identity proof, theft, fact, lies about Narn Arflin alliance. I lost my marbles. I can't find them. Fair. So what I would say is, instead of having further advanced year math forced on everybody, if you're not intending to, especially if you're not intending to go to college or not going to college for something mathematically based, rocket science, for instance, have an option or direction that would give functional math. Reinforce classes like accounting or business math. I remember my high school actually did have those options, but it was frowned upon by anyone that was of the smarter nature, because those were looked on as the easy A math classes. But in reality, learning basic accounting is like the paramount first step to learning how to make a good home budget, how to keep track of your numbers, your money, your inventory of life. Not just if you made a business or worked as an accountant, but it was a good educational bit of how to take care of you numerically. In other words, applying all of that math that you learned in 1 through 6, etc. Going, oh, this would effectively make it so I can balance a checkbook. Or, I know most of you are looking at me like a deer in headlights when I even mentioned that at this point, since everybody just uses online banking for the most part. But in reality, it actually could help a lot of people if they would have learned in school that basic skill. I think the dog ate him. My tail is my tail getting away? No, your tail's not in the way. Tail's perfectly cromulent. And beautiful, by the way. Very fluffy. Very shiny. So that would be a major change that I think could be actually easily implemented, is change up the final years of mathematic education unless you are going towards college as your option. Enforce 103 streams. Yay! Good work, Miss Echo. That's a lot of streams to be in a row. Never thought I'd see the day. Well, you've seen it, and you're there. The fact that I stream 6 days a week definitely helps with that. But yeah, go for a actual useful math set for the last few years. That would help you be ready for the real world. Is it everything you need? No, and we'll get there. I have more plan involved in this. We're not done yet. Now, we've taken care of talking about history, English, math, science. Science, I think we need to actually put more focus on in general. Stares at my 119, I may have a problem. No, that just means you have a problem of not missing my streams, which I appreciate. Different schools with different budgets have different results in this. Mine did not have as great of results because of lack of budget, so My bad experience in science is probably just a lack of funding. If we could fund science class in school to be much more advanced, more diverse, I think we'd have a better time. Not just reading a book, learning a bunch of quick facts, and taking a test on it, as far as we mostly did with science classes. More practical application, even if it's not practical, impractical application, I think would be perfectly cromulent here. Things like chemistry class. We in high school, I had chemistry. We did not mix chemical number one in the classroom. Nothing. Not even sticking baking soda with vinegar. Didn't even do that. I feel like we need to make sure chemistry is actually teaching us about chemistry, showing us chemistry, and similarly with a lot of the other sciences. Yeah, sciences get much attention because school budgets, exactly. Because it quickly becomes expensive. Chemicals and shit. Critters to get broke down. Doesn't help with the education. Boards and government cutting. Yeah, it's very true. Very true there, Phantom. But if science could just be a little bit more science-y and a lot less read a fact, take a test on a fact, which is basically what history is. So that makes you had two classes right there that were just read a fact, choose A, B, C, or D, or fill in the blank, or true or false questions about these things. Just seems like you're not learning anything. You're just memorizing facts for a basic test that you're not going to care about this stuff in a week. I remember like nothing from science class in my education, period, hardly, except for dissecting a frog, dissecting a worm. I remember doing those things. I don't remember much about them, but I remember doing them. I remember doing that. And what do we have left? Out of the basics anyway. Phys ed, that's a joke. I just flat out, I'm putting that as a joke class. That is there because of someone puts a requirement on schools to say you have to have gym class. It's not giving you exercise. It's not enough to even remotely give you exercise on a weekly basis. It's an excuse to get you out of the classroom for 15 to 20 minutes so the teacher can take a break a few times a week. And at least in the earlier grades, you have a reading class here, which, to be fair, that's, again, another basic class where I accept you're learning how to read properly, potentially learning, comprehensive reading where you read and understand what you read, which is also very important, not just reading words and it floats out of your brain hole. Implying teachers get breaks. True, because that teacher doesn't really get a break during that 20 minutes. They're probably grading papers and whatnot. They're getting a break from staring at all the their probably 30 snot-nosed children that are going to be being a pain in front of them. That's what they're getting a break from. Break being relative in this case. So yes, you are very correct there, Jack. And so reading, yeah, that's kind of important. But again, that's another one of those probably important up through maybe the 6th grade. If you're not comprehending reading by then, you may have a learning disability. And it's not an insult. That's just noting. You'd probably just need special attention to that point to help make sure you're getting it. Spelling class, in general, I give that a pass through again, maybe 6th grade. Learning to spell a lot of words, more complicated, interesting words up to that point, great. Helps you look more literate, helps you look more not a dummy. In fact, I don't think we had spelling class past 6th grade. So that actually is doing what it's supposed to do for where I grew up. It happened. It goes through you and you move on from it. In fact, my spelling class in 6th grade was tied into our English class. So it was a combo situation there. And then after that, no more spelling class even mentioned. So we got at least one thing right there. Now, what I wish was there. Some of these things actually existed before, most of which didn't, and even if they did, most areas do not exist now. I'm going to start with one that at least used to be around. Home economics. And I mean this in the sense of the cooking/sewing class, not everything else. We'll just stick to this concept of what it was when it still was there. I can't tell you how many people I know right now that have made adult age that know nothing about cooking. And I mean nothing. The concept of doing something past put a TV dinner in the oven or microwave blows their mind. I grew up in a household where I actively tried to learn how to cook things as early as I possibly could. So I'd be part of the exception of the rule in the fact that I forced this into my education in real life. I wanted to know how to cook. But so many people are making out of high school and don't know thing one about making food, period. I'm not expecting you to be taught how to make a Gordon Ramsay level rack of lamb with fava beans and rice next to it. God, no. And if you do some simple stuff like here's how to make pasta. Here's how to make spaghetti go from dry noodles to food. And I use that one. That's an inexpensive thing to teach. Okay, hear me out. Group of students, 30 of them. Knock them down in groups of 5. So you need 6 portions of pasta to split between them to learn how to cook. We're not even talking about enough for them to really eat and enjoy and have a whole meal out of this damn thing. You can easily hand one $1 box of great value paschettis to each of those groups. That wouldn't even cost the school a lot of money. As long as they already had a home ec room that had stove tops that they can all work on, you could teach how to cook a spaghettis. Or even and how to heat up a jar of spaghetti sauce. Worst case scenario, have like a homework list. We tell them to buy like paper and pencils and whatnot. Put a box of spaghetti on the Gore Ramen shopping list for their parents for school. It's not exactly a high-end item you're asking for. Goal is 365 plus, but I know it'll never hit. Because you're bound to miss one eventually, and I apologize. I know that happens to me with a lot of people. Now, would it be nice to, like, I'm not even saying you have to be there and let each kid try and make a box of spaghetti or anything, or any of these things. But maybe some basics on baking meat products, some easy stuff like bake a chicken. Hell, you bake a chicken for a class of 30 and give them each at least a bite of chicken out of it. Let them know what happened, how the chicken occurred, went from start to finish. They don't all have to have their hands in the bucket. Teaching them how to do it, telling them what you're doing at least, that's at least a something. Hell, even just showing them how to heat up a can of soup on either the stove or in the microwave. Teaching them pancakes. Something. Basic food. Like Food 101 for even a quarter of the year, if not a whole year, of straight up food. And this, I definitely feel like should be up in the high school area. Because at that point, you're trusting them to be at least not completely dumb pumps. And you can get that in their heads when it's going to be useful very soon. AKA possibly them already going home and cooking a chicken for their family because mom and dad both have to work nowadays. Or they're just getting out of high school and they're going to move out on their own soon and they're going to need to know how to cook. And I just gave some basic food options there. Nothing serious. There's a lot of simple stuff you can teach to a kid that they can actually take in. Not everyone's going to go out of this and become, 5 Michelin star chef out of this situation. But there's a better chance they're going to be able to live on a much lower budget because they don't have to have McFood every night to survive. They can buy that damn box of $1 Walmart spaghetti. And they can get by on a lot cheaper for some of their meals. And I personally find sewing a very critical skill. I feel like I don't necessarily think you need to give a full year on that. That one you can probably squeeze into a quarter year to half year. Basic sewing skills. Hell, for that. Thread, cheap as dirt. And go to the thrift store and buy sheets. Cut it up and use that as the material. You have got endless yards of that available that's going to be easy to pick up, and boom. Just teach basic sewing. Hand sewing, machine sewing, whatever. I mean, we do geometry anyway. This is applied geometry as I look at it. That's why I look at my sewing skills as being my math skills. Because it is effectively one of the few times I feel like I actually have applied some of the higher end math classes, aka geometry. So squeeze that in there. Basic sewing skills. Everyone's going to have a ripped shirt one day. They're going to be going into work and, oh no, their sleeve came apart on the armpit or something, or the crotch on their pants ripped out. And instead of just telling them to throw away their shirt or pants, here's how in 10 minutes to fix that, and you now still have a shirt or pants. Boom. Again, doesn't need to have a whole year. If you don't get basic sewing skills pretty quick, it's okay. You don't need to have it, but it does help. And I don't necessarily look at basic education on being the end-all, beat-all on how to learn these things, but at least learning the get-go of it can really help. And can help you decide what you want to do with your life after there. Boop, hi Maggie. So maybe you had that basic sewing class in high school and you went, oh my God, I love sewing. That's when you go into further education on sewing. Or if you didn't, you're like, oh my God, I hated this. Then sewing's not for you. Move on. You're good. This is not your life. But it's good to know at least how to do a basic stitch if you're in a pinch. Shop class. I hated shop class. I only had it for 1/4 of the year in high school. But I feel like that is one of the ones that we need to bring back. And I'm not even saying really change how it was. Because just basic woodworking, cutting wood, nailing or screwing it together, and coming home with a bird feeder you hand to your mom, and she's like, great, let me go find a tree to put this in or something. I don't know. But you get me. Again, this does come down to you've gained a minor skill. It's not necessarily an end-all be-all skill, but it's a basic skill. But from that, I would like to take a minor tangent and go to a class that I think should exist. Because that'd be like your level 1 there. That's your learning, your adding and subtracting is your shop class. You played with tools. Now I'm going to learn you your multiplication and division class on top of your addition and subtraction class. And for that, I'm going to refer to this as the basic home repair class. Even if you're an apartment or renter, something in your life's bound to break, and or you're going to have the shitty landlord that doesn't want to come and replace the light switch that broke. Basic education on minor repair, and or at least the idea of exploring that repair process. Now, again, I'm not saying totally get into the weeds and teach absolutely everything. I'm just saying that go to some basic things like cleaning the S-pipe under your sink. Fun note, I need to do that this week to 2 sinks before Nepal gets here. Or just reattaching a water hose to the back of your toilet if the hose breaks. Taking a light switch out and replacing it. Basically just take the fear out of so many people that the moment anything breaks in their house, they have to call a guy. We need to... I'm okay with that guy having a job, mind you, the handyman and whatnot. But people don't need to be spending $100 to have the guy come over when the light switch stops working just to find out that a wire came loose on it. Or have the guy come over because the sink isn't draining when you could easily have just pulled that pipe out and cleaned out the hair clog that was hiding in it. All of this is super easily accessible. And yes, I have taught myself a ton of this in my adult life. But I feel like a basic home repair class would be so good for most people. Meow, meow, meow. Hi, Tiggy Kitty. Welcome in. I'm bad at a lot of skills. I'm lucky I have a roommate that fills in with a lot of those skills. Exactly, Wild. Exactly. And this is why I feel like a lot of these skills should have been taught to us. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, again, I don't expect everyone to come out of high school and become a master plumber, electrician, seamstress, Michelin star chef. No. But at least feel confidence enough that you're going to be able to get in there with a wrench, try where it's safe. So that's a major class that I feel like needs to exist. This next one, very relevant to today's antics for me. I think we need basic bill pays and taxes and things like that educated to us. Because so many people actually have no idea when they make it out of high school what the hell to do with this stuff or how to manage it or how to make a budget around all of these things and how to keep an eye on your finances, how to keep track of your bills. And then when it comes in the United States is every end of every January up until middle of April, sometime in there, you'll have to do your taxes. Fun fact, I just did mine today. There's no school classes that I heard of about that. They don't teach you any of this. They don't teach you how to pay bills. They don't teach you how to make a household budget. They don't teach you how to deal with your paperwork of these kinds of things. You're just expected to figure it out. And that's a shame. That should be a definite class for everyone. I don't care if you're going to college or not. You're going to need to know that to be able to do anything. New friend? Tiggy Cat? To be honest, that's actually a friend I've known longer than probably most everyone in this chat. Not kidding. I think I've known them longer than I've even known Wild. So yeah. There are now 2 Tiggy Cats in the chat, so just warning, we now have 2 Tiggies. Forever. Yeah, that was a long time ago I met you. But yeah, think about how much there is another Tiger Paw. That is Wild Fox's roommate. They go by Tiggy. Well, not Tiggy Cat like you spell yours. They go by Tiger. Their name in here is Tiger Paw. But they go by the name Tiggy. So we have 2 of those now. And that's okay. That's okay. It's not the first. That was not the name I was guessing I was going to get the first duplicate of in my chat, but here we are. That's what happened in life. He's not in the chat at the moment, though. I'm an orange tabby cat. You are. Very nice orange tabby cat. Lana has booped me. I've been booped. So think about it. Now, for many of you, it's not that long since you've made it out of your K to 12Zs. And thank you, Turable, for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. Smiley face. How easier would it have been when you got your first cell phone bill, when you got your first electric bill? If you had a class telling you what to do with that, how to deal with that. Wouldn't it have been nice if that was even like a passing little part of a dealing with life class? We'll just put it up as a dealing with life class, numerically dealing with life. Hell, this could even count as your math credit for one of those years, because they like to, put things into neat little boxes. Would it have been nice if someone taught you how to make a budget? I know people in their 40s at this point who still don't really understand how to make a budget. I'm either blue and yellow wolf or a blue and white otter for now. You are, and you're wonderfluff. But just the concept of teaching children before they're out stuck being adults how to look at their finance, look at how much money they have, and be taught how to make a budget. Um, and this I could easily see this being a high school class. Um, First, teach them the basics of these are your bills and whatnot. This is what food costs, and then make it like a main project at the end of the year. Here's your income for a mock month. I want to see your final project is have all your bills paid, buy food, and still have some money left for fun. And that be your assignment. Write that out. By the end of a year, learn how to do that. Heck, bonus points around the end of January into April, sometime in there. Have the tax section be right then. Have it happen around the time taxes would be happening in this country. Oathing in bills. Like that if you have health insurance and yours has a spending card that covers internet and mobile bills. Yeah. I track my budget in Quicken. It lets me know where I stand at any time. See, you're being smart wild. You actually are paying attention to this stuff. But yeah, teach basic budgeting. The number of people I know that live literally paycheck to paycheck, and I don't mean that like figuratively, like when you're coming up on payday, that's when you're like, oh, I have $5 left in my checking account. Payday better get here soon, kind of thing. There are people that are plenty like that. Many of them are surfing the credit card world way harder than they need to be. If you need to be on a credit card constantly, you may need to reconsider your budgeting. And if this class would have existed when you were in school, it would have helped you. It would have helped you understand it. Add into that class, the pitfalls potentially of credit cards and loans. They're not a bad thing. Hell, I love my credit cards. I spend all my money through my credit cards because I get bonuses for that. But falling into that accidental trap of using the credit card and not paying attention to how much you spent on it, that's the real problem. Healthcare $3 spending cards cover net, mobile, supplements, and certain medical supplies and more. Nice. S3 spending cards. Well, that's a good thing. Assuming you qualify for one of those. But yeah, definitely a basic education on how to deal with your monthly money. How to basically deal with life and still afford to have a good time with it. And preferably, not only just have a good time with it, be able to put a little money in savings every month at the end of that. So you're ready for when something bad goes down. We've all been there when something broke in our lives, either when we were a kid and our family's house / apartment had a problem, or car, or whatever, or as an adult, dealing with some of it yourself. Like your furnace blowing up, or your roof needing replaced all of a sudden. Love you, Wild. Sorry. Yes, you got to be a point in this too. I'm glad your roof got fixed. But yeah, basically dealing with all of that stuff would be good. And love, when you're looking for me, head up the hill to the right of the building with the drinks in it. If you don't see my name tag hiding up there. Wild is looking sideways. I know. Well, you ever had a roof? you can automate or have an employer automatically put aside money too. Yep, depending on what's available from your employment, you may or may not have those kinds of options. But that does come down to specific options. We're talking more about the general things that everyone definitely should have or have access to. Especially since this is going to be what I'm considering just general things that could have been taught in high school, covering everyone's needs, covering everyone's basic knowledge needs to adult. Basic cleaning classes would definitely be really good. That would fall under that home economics umbrella. How to vacuum, how to mop, how to clean a sink or a toilet, stuff like that. Heck, the school probably love it if they had a practical education system on that one. All right, we're class today. We're gonna go clean the toilets in this one bathroom down the hall. That bathroom gets locked down for the day to this home eccy class, and you go in there and you get taught how to, and you clean a toilet, a sink, a mirror, and whatever, the floor, mopping, because that needed done. That was another part of the education. So yeah, basic education on that. Automatic dishwasher actually save you money in many cases if you have one. They usually do. Teaching how to wash by hand and how to load a dishwasher. Two important skills that can definitely be added into your day-to-day. Not everyone has a dishwasher. They may not be in an apartment that has one or a house that has one by default. So just general teaching how to clean. They come on small countertop models if needed. Not everyone's going to be able to get into that. Again, we're going to stick to the general stuff, not get into too deep into the weeds about what everyone can and can't get, because we need to educate to the lowest common denominator here. The person who could barely afford to have an apartment, hopefully, and get out of their parents' house, and needs to be able to survive. Not necessarily going to have the extra money to buy any extra hardware. We need to make sure that they're able to survive under all the basic systems. Anything past your basic stuff, that is a personal choice to add into your situation. Similar as we were mentioning those special cards you have there for healthcare and whatnot. That's awesome. But needing to know how to balance your budget in general first is probably the key item. Anything that is a specific that can make it easier long term, that is kind of a further education on your own kind of situation. So there are things like free cycling. Yeah, I understand, sweetie. But I don't want to get into that. And remember, not everyone has access to everything. So I'm trying to get to on that. So yes, basic cleaning would be a very good skill to give out. True. Now, most of the stuff you're going to need one way or another. College or not, you're eventually going to be on your own, hopefully. I say very hopefully, as I have more to talk about here that may involve that failing somewhat. So now we have basic skills. What are you going to do about your actual job life? Now, not everywhere has the option for a vocational school for part or much of your high school career. Some areas do have that, and that's actually a good thing because you can have a basic skill that you can use in real life. Car repair, cosmetology, basic computer science, stuff like that. So there are often direct vocational options you can have for finishing off your high school time frame with a marketable skill. And that's good. We probably need to have more of that, especially ones that are skills that you're less than ideal situation person might really get help from. Like basic grocery store attendant, working at like a McFood type situation, fast food type attendant. I'm not saying that this is like the plan for everybody, but we all know this has turned into the result for more than enough of us, obviously. You go into the McFood and it's not all like 16-year-olds working behind the counter. You have people that this is career, and that's fine. Again, I'm not being mad about anybody's job. But having that be a basic education point where you could have had that as one of your elective vocational finishers, if, say, you saw, yeah, you know what? I like McFood. I wouldn't mind that being part of that being my lifestyle in general. And finish off your high school with that. There's no shame in it, and it'd help you actually become a better employee right off the bat. And there's a beautiful Fluff. Hello, Wonderflu. You're pretty, you know that? Yes, you are. You're pretty. No, you're more beautiful. You're prettier. No more, definitely you. It's you. McFood do offer ways to move up in management too. Exactly. So if you do end up going with the McFood option, you have ways to move up. Same with working at most grocery stores. You have ways to move up the chain. More friend in VR. Who's that? Oh, that is Fopsy. Fopsy's now with me. But yeah, if we added a lot more of those things as potential vocational closures to your high school career, that would actually make your high school diploma more useful and more directed and more like it was worth it. Because as it stands, you get a year 12 degree and you walk out of there and go, what did I actually learn? You have a piece of paper that says you were in school for 12 years, and that's about it. Who? I'm sorry. Oh, that's Fopsy. It's loud where I am. That's my wafu, Fopsy Woo. But yeah, you could easily have some actual functional education that would help you with your real life, help you with your planned job situation. Now, it doesn't mean you have to be stuck. I'm actually going to meet them if you come in the next probably hour or so. Fopsy doesn't tend to stick around for too long. But she did, bless me with her presence because she's wonderful. My wonderful partner. But like because our current high school educational conclusion doesn't give you a direction anyway, this wouldn't affect that. If, say, you found out after working at McFoodie type job for a year and you're like, I want to be a grocery store employee. Nothing's stopping you. You just don't have the leg up like the one like you did with your McFood based startup, because you already spent maybe 6 months to a year getting your basics on that before you even graduate high school. And possibly having that as part of your degree would make it your diploma might actually make it easier to start getting those types of jobs. How long do I have? It is hard to say. It all depends on how long Fopsy feels like being around. Because it is her Monday still, and I know she's had a long day and she probably gets tired. Phantom back to being a Fopsy. Awesome Fops. Says the Miss Echo. Good Fopsy. Good Fopsies. Good Fopsy the Snippy. That is also good Fopsy. Now, that would cover all of the stuff that your basic I graduated from high school diploma is worth. And the generalization, I'm not trying to be super judgmental or get into every piece of the weeds on this. We'd be here for weeks on end talking about this stuff if we did that. Already, we've been at this for quite a while, and we haven't even made it to college yet. Which is where we're about to go. Now, if you were planning to go to college when you hit high school, which by the time you're hitting high school, you probably already figured out if you're going to be going that direction. So in high school, you would take possibly classes that were going to be a little bit extracentric towards a college direction. Meaning not the McFood education one or the vocational and general direction. You'd take just a general education continuance throughout those 4 years. I still say important classes like actual home ec type classes like we talked about, actual life skill class, aka the pay the bills and do the taxes class, that all seems like is very important no matter what. But you might end up taking, if you're going towards, say, a computer degree, you might have an extra computer class in there or something. Or if you're going for doctor, some more science-y classes or stuff focused towards that. I'm not sure. Yeah, but again, I'm not an education expert, but stuff that will be related to whatever further concentrated field you might be aiming towards. And at this point, I feel like it should start letting you focus your education in high school, not waiting until you're done with high school. Doesn't have to be like, bullseye focused and you're like, oh, you're going to be a surgeon, 9th grade, here's a cadaver, we are learning how to do appendix removals. Ready, set, go. Now, maybe you get extra anatomy class or something, I don't know. But something aiming towards your direction of choice. And then when you start into college, you have a leg up in your college education. And college is another pile of weeds that I only got an associate's degree. And in my 2 years, I had to have 4 English classes. 4 English classes for a computer science degree in 2 years. I feel again like we are forcing things in to make holes be square holes. Am I okay with a little bit of variety in there just to make sure you're well-rounded? Yes, but do I feel like we're pushing the direction a little bit too much to diversity when you're going for a specialized target? So I feel like college should have a more directable focus and degrees be less just a degree necessarily and more like an advanced high-end vocational result. Again, not opposed to there being an English class or a math class somewhere up there to, keep you on your toes. But you don't need to have 10 more English classes to become a doctor that, a family practice doctor or a surgeon or something like that. You might, if you're going for a literary major or something, want some of those extra classes. But, or like if you're going for rocket scientist, yeah, you're definitely going to need more math classes up there. Yeah, that's good. Learn all of those complex math classes. We would like the rockets to not explode because you didn't understand converting a circle with the theory with pi and something, blah, 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 math terms. So, yeah. But have the further education be as focused as possible. Now, I have some good examples of having some of that diversity, helping someone complete extra degrees and get a lot of different official tags under the belt. One of my cousins, we referred to her as a career college person for the longest time. She has multiple masters and doctorates. I am darn sure she didn't have to go for 8 years for each one of those doctorates because a lot of it is built on a lot of the first few basic years of education. If someone wants an official degree that says, like, say, a bachelor's degree of X, Y, or Z, one of the easiest ways to start in that is community college for the first couple of years. And you get a lot of your basic classes in because they're going to be required no matter which college you go to. It'll be cheaper that way, and usually a shorter drive. And you're going to get the same English 101 from college that you would there or at the college that's going to cost you $100,000 a year. So, yeah, at least in the current system, that's always definitely a good situation. And those community colleges, they'd be the best places to have a lot of these concept classes to work with. A lot of these directed vocation type continuances towards all of the major careers we have that require an associate's, a bachelor's, a master's, a doctorate, worse. I just say that just because that would be more than an 8-year degree from college. Worse. Let's label that as worse. Any of these that you can tap down to getting just the classes you really need and the ones that actually will help you with your further career. And hello, Wish Dream, welcome in. Would definitely make things easier. Hi, Tiny Puppy. Welcome in.
Small.
I'm not small. It's perspective. I'm very big. Hi, little girl.
Hello.
Good, Silly Lily. Hey, Fopsy. Is Silly Lily small? I am not also small, but Silly Lily is definitely small. No, I'm not more small. Silly Lily's the smaller one. It's just camera perspective. I can't even see what you're saying because it's blocked by windows. We have the same avatar, but I'm big. No, it's just camera perspective. That's all. It's camera perspective.
I don't know.
I'm in recovery. Well, I hope you get better there.
Small.
Not small. You're small. You're small.
Even Foxy agrees you're small.
You're Phantom.
And Foxy would know.
And we're kind of the same size, which is okay. So, if our college system was a lot more directed, it would save a lot of years of people being stuck studying because, yes, they need X amount of hours in medicine to be a doctor. I fully accept that. That is paramount. That is critical. But they don't need to have, half as much, again, English education and, relearning multiplication 10 more times to be a doctor. I'm sure there's a lot of math involved in that too. I'm, again, not education expert. I don't know every, career path's full education set. Just kind of making general answers here that would be tweaked around any given specific situation. So that could really cut down on needed years stuck in college waiting to become what you're going to become. Or better use of that same time frame. If you could only afford a 4-year degree, would it be better if that 4 years was focused on what you actually cared about learning? And wouldn't you think you'd be better suited, better focused on that in your continuing education career to really work towards that? Because if you really had a passion for, let's just say, cooking, you had a cooking passion, you love to cook, wouldn't it be better if you got in a bachelor's degree in cooking, and it was like 90% cooking classes and 10% other? That would be beautiful. You would be focused so well at your education. You would really want to keep going. You would actually have a reason to want to learn. Whereas, like, 3/4 of my classes in college had nothing to do with anything that I was there to learn. They were a lot of the things that were the filler required classes to check the check boxes. And I'm paying for all those classes. I'm spending that time making sure I pass all those classes to check all these check boxes so that I can actually learn the little tidbits that I actually do want to learn. I swear, out of that 2-year degree, the first almost year was a complete waste. You don't wobbly when looking at me like last time. 2 of my chest bones broken because of table rock. Oh no, I hope you feel better. Yeah, school life. Oop, wishing you fast recovery. School, like college? Yeah. School in its country is in each yes. I definitely understand that. I'm mostly talking about the American education system, but a lot of this is still applicable to other countries. I really went over that heavy when I came to talking about English being a class because Not every country does English get to be the primary education class, etc., etc. In any case. So, first off, we had that focus on potentially having vocational outs at the end of high school that are still covered by your basic education system, not having to have any extra paying or anything. That's just part of your supplied high school situation. And further on, yes, college towards, say, a law degree or a doctor degree or doctorate of rocket science or a veterinary technician or something like that. And that way, you are definitely focusing on and learning about the things that you really want to be part of. You're going to be invested. You're going to try to learn these things. You're not going to be like sleeping through your classes because they're boring. You're going to be focused because it's what you're here for. It's what you chose to come here for. It's what you chose to pay for, to come for this further classes so that you can be what you want to be in life. Is that right or Fluff? No, that would be Silly Lily. You're not right or Fluff, and I didn't even pretend.
I'm her sister.
You're her sister. You're a good girl.
Hey, you don't wibbly wobbly when you look at me like last time.
Wibbly wobbly. Timey-wimey.
I too. They were the same arc one. This one's smaller than the other one, but one.
Oh yeah.
In particular made you. Yeah, it was weird.
I don't get it. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Last time when you were in the other one, my entire VRC went chunk.
Yeah, this is my primary one, but my other one that I'm turning male with the spiky hair, you weren't wibbly wobbling.
VRC may or may not have been having a bad day last Monday. So it's hard to say.
That's probably it. Or
But
maybe it was just that world that was.
Who knows? But I came to a world that I know is pretty kosher. That's why we're one of the reasons why I'm here.
Yeah.
And thank you for saying the on-screen photo is cute.
I had the same skybox as the fish world.
Ah, cool.
Fish world, everybody and their uncle goes to fish in.
Yeah, I've only just gone there to visit people a couple of times. That's about it. So now I've talked about how I feel like we need a better education in and of itself to make it more useful. But to some extent, I also think we need to fix how we view education in general in this country. Possibly other countries. I don't know all your other countries. Again, I know this one. That's my current semi-expertise. Getting almost any job in this country, almost any job, is practically impossible without a high school diploma or a GED, which is the equivalent of a high school diploma. And that, I honestly feel, doesn't make sense. Granted, it's almost impossible to drop out of school at this point in this country. I know it's still possible, but it's almost impossible. Too many things require you to not be able to leave school. They have rules against that. You can't just not show up. The truancy officer will log this. So, yeah, you can't just drop out most of the time. You have to get through that. But for the few people that do fall between the cracks in that, all right, I'm going to be totes honest here. Caddie's opinion on this, take it however you want. I like that, Abby. Me too. You don't need a high school degree to put box on the shelf at Target. There, I said it. You don't need a high school diploma for that. You don't need a high school diploma to be a cashier at McFood. You can flip a Whopper without a high school diploma. Do you have a better chance you have a smarter person behind the grill if they have a high school diploma? Yeah, I will give you points on that. Do you have a higher probability of someone that understands a lot more things? But I don't feel that necessarily should be practically the end-all be-all stop you from even getting the interview checkbox is whether or not you have a high school degree. And too often that is the case. So if we had that better system that I came up with during this chat so far, where we actually had kind of a highly encouraged vocational direction if you weren't going to college, or if you weren't planning to go to college, then you could at least have a right and reason why you're ready for this other job. But for now, a high school diploma versus dropped out at 7th grade. Okay, so you don't know geometry. You haven't had history, 6 more times. Your diagramming and sentence skills are only at 7 years, not at 12 years. That I don't think that's going to affect your ability to work at McDonald's. Just putting that right the heck out there. And like was mentioned earlier, yeah, even like McDonald's has ways to advance you educationally if you want to be better at McDonald's. Flat out. They can teach you how to be better McDonald. At this point, you need a master's degree and 15 years experience for an entry-level burger flipping job. Yeah. You can also study hard and get a GED if you didn't have high school. Exactly. But not everybody has the time to do that. You dropped out of high school. Now you're an adult. You can't afford necessarily to have the time to go get that GED either. Because you're barely able to sustain your life on the job that you can get. Hopefully. So, maybe jobs should less have that be a primary dependency, and have it be just an optional plus on your list. Like, I have a high school diploma and I know how to use Microsoft Word. Oh, this one knows how to use Microsoft Word. Ooh. We don't have to teach them how to open the W box on their screen so that they can type things. Real story. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. And further, what I was getting towards here, unfortunately, as Jack noted, you need a master's degree and 15 years of experience for an entry-level job. Not necessarily a burger flipping job, mind you, but most entry-level jobs nowadays, in career paths, start with like a 4-year degree is like the minimum. That's like your basic, that's your pair of twos hand to open situation. You want a good chance at it? You have a master's degree in whatever. And somehow, for that entry-level job, you have a decade of experience. Not counting your education, not counting that master's degree we just listed there. You somehow have also worked for 10 years in that field. You can't get a job in unless you've had 10 years of work in that field. Anyone lost in the circuit logic? Because I know I have been in the past. So, the concept of you need to have experience and a degree to even get the start position at most of these companies. which is practically impossible. First off, at least in the current system, that master's degree, you're easily out, or even just a bachelor's degree, you're out $40,000 to $100,000 easy. That is very not an exaggeration either. It is so quick in this current educational economy to build up a $40,000 to $100,000 on just a bachelor's degree, not even necessarily at one of them fancy schools like Harvard or Yale or something else that you gotta like pray to God you're smart enough to get into. Come on, we want a person with 5 years experience and a crisp, except you can't get in crisp. Except you can't get a crisp without 10 years in security. Yeah, exactly. All these jobs have such interesting requirements like that, and it just, how do they expect anyone to fulfill these requirements without over fulfilling them in some way, shape, or form, and or already being the guy that has the job somehow? But Commander, you have 100 points right there. You are on this game. So, in our current system, as it stands, not my fancy new thought out system, you made it out of high school, 18-year-old. You got yourself a bachelor's degree. So now you're 22. That's 4 full years. And now you need to have somehow minimum of, we'll just say 5 years experience. That's an easy number to put out there. So you need to have somehow 5 years of experience in bloobity bloop that you went to study for, that you got your bachelor's degree in. Now you have to go find a job that somehow lets you in with just the degree to get that 5 years. So you can get the entry-level job that you actually want to go towards the thing you really want. So now you're 27 because you somehow got that first job immediately. I don't know how in this hypothetical situation. But you got that first job. You made the 5 years and didn't get fired or laid off or anything. Now you're ready to get that preferred job that you hope is still there. And you come in with your bachelor's degree and your 5 years experience. And now you're fighting against 20 other people that want that same job in the area, let alone the 100 other people that applied across the country for that same job. Some of which have a master's degree in that same thing. Some of which have 10, 20 years of experience. And now your 4-year degree and your 5 years of experience mean nothing compared to that other guy that just came in with everything. You're not even getting an interview. You put your resume in with that information. All these other people in their information, theirs outweighed yours. You don't even get a call back. Period. You look like nothing compared to any of these other people. Unless they're trying to save a buck. Need to run for now. Important call. Hope you have see you again. Goodbye, Tiki. Have a good rest of your night. They want you to be an unpaid intern for it with possibility to hire afterward. And that is so actually illegal in to do to people. That is actually not a legal thing. The unpaid intern with possibility to be hired after your internship. That is bull. Generally, those are some of the most overworked interns, period. So getting any of the even moderate level jobs, not like a rocket scientist or, chief of surgery or something, computer something technician job, it's like the deck is stacked against everyone, period. You literally can't win this game. And the more along lines we get, I love you. You know that? Mwah. You're a good girl. Mm. One of the few things that you can somehow get if you manage to get in the door, experience. Bye-bye, sweetie. Mwah. You heading out too? Yeah, I felt semi called out earlier. Oh. College part, 'cause 4 years in catering and hospitality until COVID. Yeah, I wasn't really trying to make anyone feel bad. I apologize if I did that, sweetie. I definitely do. You're all right. Thank you. If anything, I was just trying to note the flaws in the system. Because I agree. That 4 years of actual functional knowledge you have is way more useful than 4 years that cost someone $100,000. Waiter, chef, supervisor, barista, and bartender. Yeah. Yeah, those are all actual practical skills, and that stuff should have more weight than someone that spent all that money and then sat in class and learned English 8 times over and maybe had half a dozen classes in whatever, we'll just say foodery. If COVID didn't strike, I had 2 options, either culinary or manager. That's a shame, too. Wish you still had those choices, sweet thing. Yeah. I do apologize, sweet thing. I know how it is. Trust me. When I got out of college, I was promised my associate's degree would hand me a job. That's what I was promised when I got into that program. And 4 months later, after I'd graduated college, I got a job running around a tape room as a tape monkey. Basically, when the screen called up a number, run and get that tape and shove it in a drive. I was paying thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars to be able to read a number off a screen and slide into a box. It is a BS system. This is why I wanted to complain about it tonight. This is why I really want to talk about it. Because it's been bothering me a lot lately. And I felt like it needed talked about. Even if it's not by me, somebody. So, meow. You too, thanks. I resemble that remark, rocket scientist. Well, Commander, you're immense a genius, so you count for all of things. Everyone but CEOs. Yeah. Fopsy one night, yeah, she hopped off. I apologize, Miss Echo. Silly Lily is GM in there. Double rambling. World's kind of broken. We're trying to work our way through it. And sadly, I don't see this fixing any better anytime soon. I don't see any actual educational reform globally, which is what we really need. Education to again be what education needs to be. Another major problem with our general education, our K through 12 situation. When I went, we still learned most of the time. And maybe 1 week out of the year, we'd have like the Stanford achievement tests. That's where you're taken aside to take a bunch of, standardized tests as a group with the number 2 pencil filling in the dots. I think we all have experienced that pain and suffering at least once. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now, it's so much worse.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Because now, instead of being a once a year standardized test, they're fairly often throughout the year, and the school's fundings are muchly based on how well the students do in said tests. So instead of being able to even teach you what the teachers were trying to teach you, what I was earlier referring to as the oversimplified kind of failing system, now most of them are forced to teach children how to be ready for that standardized test, which is so much less useful information than even what they were giving them in the first place. Add that on to the No Child Left Behind concept. And if you're in any way brighter than other kids in any way, shape, or form, it doesn't matter. You quite literally are held back to the lowest common denominator. I wasn't the brightest, but I had luck. That's fair. My opinion is, I'm not saying no, don't leave children behind, by far, and not by that any means. My thought is, if some children are getting something faster and really clinking it, I was a math head. I loved math. Math worked for me. I could have been the kid that was already done with algebra by the time they were out of 5th grade. But we would sit there for weeks on end because one kid was still having problems with 2 plus fucking 2. And so I would be just sitting there being bored. Fun fact, through some of my elementary school, I figured out the patterns of what the teacher was asking for homework in math. And I would just take home my math book and do everything I think they were going to ask for the next chapter or two. And that way, whenever they had homework come up, I'd just be able to hand it in. Because it was easier that way. And I didn't feel like I was sitting on my hands the entire rest of the year while we were waiting on getting the one kid caught up that was slow. Or the 2 kids. Or the 10 kids. Now, do I think the kid that's slow should be left behind? No. That's the kid you give the tutor to. Don't make it a stigma that it's bad that they have that tutor that's helping them. Give that kid the extra leg up to help make sure that they understand things. No Child Left Behind shouldn't be that you keep everyone else back to the level of the slowest car on the road. It is you help the slowest car along. You sit in the passenger seat with them and help them read the signs down the road to get them where they need to go. Does this mean that that child is necessarily going to become the next, Stephen Hawking? No. But they're not going to become the next chunk. They're still going to have a full education. They're going to get that same high school diploma that actually means the same amount that that other kid did. They're going to understand what they needed to be up to that value. And everyone gets to advance. Not just because no child left behind, but because no child actually left behind. We need to support everyone. And maybe, hear me out, save a little finance on that. All right, take me for your example. I'll willingly be my own dumb example here and torture myself in this theory. I was hella good at math throughout all my basic education. Give the me person extra credits for taking the time to be a tutor to the kid that was having trouble. Because obviously I got it. Give the one who was getting it an option, not a requirement, an option to take some of their education time to support their classmates, to help them along, to help them all be better as well. You never know. If you help that one kid that's struggling in the first or second grade, they might start getting it in the third grade. And that'd be a really good way to make sure that first point that someone's having a problem, they're not going to have a problem long term. You're helping fix the problem. You're helping teach someone up. Hand up, not hand out. I know I'm a babble-tastic here. I know I've been rambling on about this for a couple hours. I'm sorry if that's been boring to anyone. But I had a lot on my thought head, and I really wanted to get through it. Thank you for enduring this torture. And just as much as I was apologizing to Phantom for in any way making anyone feel called out, I don't want to make you feel called out. I'm calling out the system. You're perfectly fine. Thank you. I appreciate you saying so. But I want to make sure everyone else is okay too. Because I'm sure I probably ticked a trigger with more than a few people with all that stuff I just went over. I pretty much guarantee you I've tripped at least someone. But I feel like if we can do better for each other, if we can have a system of education that supports us from the start to the finish, actually teaches us how to be.
I will be right back. I gotta go AFK.
Okie dokie, sweetie. It would be so awesome. We would be better as a people in this country, heck, in this world. You're fine. It's your chat stream. Come up with a subject to chat about. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. But we could definitely do a good job. And people around the world potentially could be a better educated group as a whole. As a mass, we could be smarter. We could be more productive. We could be more helpful to each other. We could be less of a me society and more of a us as a people society. fun fact. Growing up, I got told how evil communism was. No, it's how evil dictatorship was. And that's what we were actually being unhappy about during the Cold War. It isn't communism. Communism is actually where everyone actually supports each other. It doesn't have to be pure communism. And I say that in the sense of everyone owns everything and no one owns anything themselves. That's a little bit too far of a reach for pretty much all of society. And I completely understand. I definitely don't want that either. And I don't say that someone that works a little harder doesn't deserve a little bit more thing. Okay, fine. That's also okay. But the way our system works now, it's a lot less community supportive as a whole and more community competitive just to survive better than everyone else. And the deeper down the rabbit hole we get, the more it is about survive and less about even get better. So we're all just basically fighting as the ship sinks, as all the different rats on it, to being the one that's still on top and gets food and air. Meow. I had no idea how long all that would take, but I wanted to go over it. So that was your CAD talk for the night about something educational about education. A very deep dive mentally into what could possibly help us as a people. And I did my damnedest to avoid in any way being political about this whatsoever. All the educational changes have happened under both regimes. So this isn't a political thing. And as a whole, we haven't learned about Vietnam and Korea and World Wars I and II here in the United States for over my entire lifetime. So, we've definitely had both Democrats and Republicans in charge during all of those phases. So this is not political in any shape or form. This is lack of funding towards education and lack of focus on actually educating, as opposed to teaching us how to potentially go to college, teach us how to go to more college, teach us how to go to more college, but never teach us how to do a job. Some of the few jobs that actually do teach you how to do the job, doctors. Go figure. And most culinary stuff, if you're in for culinary education, actually does, to some extent, teach you about cooking. Computer science, most of that you have to learn out of books. I will say for a fact, when I was learning stuff in college, I was learning the last thing, not even the current thing. I was learning the previous versions of Windows and being told, oh no, most businesses aren't going to upgrade right away on anything. And to be fair, most businesses don't upgrade till they have to. But that doesn't mean they don't 5 years later. Yeah, exactly. But Microsoft basically forces people to upgrade their Windows often, whether they want to or not, because they're going to stop supporting them. And if you're in an office environment, you don't have proper security in your hardware and your software, you are in danger. So now, could a lot of stuff that's being done right now be run on Windows NT 4.0? Yes. The majority of office jobs don't require anything past that Windows operating system. good God, it had Word, Excel, everything. You're good. You're typing stuff, you're taking notes, you can do that in Word 97. Words are still words. But technology forces people to move on. It forces them to get newer equipment. Forces them to upgrade software. And it takes a long... And a book and a college level book doesn't get printed the day that Windows 98 comes out, or the day that Windows 2000 comes out, or the day XP came out, or Vista, or Windows 7. They don't have that already in the printers the moment we have a new version of Windows. So the moment I was getting textbooks and paying hundreds of dollars for these textbooks and realizing that they're for past operating systems that aren't even the current ones, I was already feeling pretty darn broken. This isn't an education. This I'm finally getting a history class. And I'm paying for it. Yeah. Kind of butts, isn't it? Now, I will say, for a large part in my education, my further education, I lucked out a lot. I got diagnosed with ADD when I was a junior in high school because they realized I could potentially get a major grant for that. So I got about 3/4 of my 2-year degree paid for from a grant from having ADD. That was awesome. And I would have had all but a fraction of it paid off by the Pell Grant, which most everyone's eligible for. In fact, the first year, I did. The first year of college, my parents had to take out a loan for a few $100s just because that was the easiest way to process it. But I was a good child. So was my sister. We went to college at the same time. And we knew that if we were to get part-time jobs, we could afford to pay for our food and stuff and fun while we're in college. And that way our parents didn't have to foot the bill for that. So in my first year, which was like the first half a year before I got, taxes and whatnot, I made a little over $1,000. I mean, not great, but I made a little money. I successfully was making enough money to pay for my food and my fun while I was in college. This was awesome. I was working in food service at a different college, surprisingly, in the cafeteria and whatnot. And it was good money. And I got, actually, fun fact, a lot of free food from that. I ate a meal every day by working that job besides getting a paycheck. So that was one of my meals cut out of the day every single day, plus I got money. That was a win situation. What wasn't a win situation is because my sister and I earned money that year. We officially had earned too much in the household to get that Pell Grant. So for the remainder of my college education, I was out thousands of dollars that I'd basically been promised by the government before I started college, because I tried to do good for myself, because I tried to be a productive member of society there and get a part-timey and work as a student and a part-time employee. I was saddled with a bunch more debt than I wasn't expecting initially. So for earning just over $1,000, I lost probably $10,000 to $20,000 in money, which is totally bull toots. And that's for trying. had I just like sat on my ass and let mom and dad give me money for pizza every week, I would have been cruising. I would have had like probably a couple $100 in student loans when I got out of college. I would have had that paid off in 2 years. Now, to be fair, because I knew, I I tried to learn myself about some of this stuff that I say we need to have classes for. I knew student loans is the one thing you can never get rid of by, claiming bankruptcy. Um, Anytime I had money from pays after that, I paid extra towards my student loan. Say they were asking for $70 a month, which I know at least at some point the number had gotten down to that. I'd pay them $150. And they would, question the fact that the check was more, but they never stopped it. They took the money. And I paid off my student loans a lot sooner than I was supposed to. And I would say I'm in a luckier situation, not because I got a good job after college, because I certainly didn't. I was about 7 years after college before I even got a decent job. I was lucky because I had a lot of grant that paid for a lot of my stuff from the ADD. So my actual college loans were a lot smaller. But I got those paid off. And the moment I got that monkey off my back, it was so relieving. Just getting that out of my life. Snowy, welcome in. Morale, hi Caddie. Hello, Snow Glacian. How are you doing? Welcome back. Also, Pam Cake.
I had to haul ass to the bathroom.
This is fair. Everything come out okay?
Yeah.
Did you make through 2 Reader's Digest or just 1?
I made it through 5 TikToks.
Nice. But how are you doing, Snowy? I haven't seen your sweet face in ages. You being good?
Reader's Digest. I get it. You read it well after you've digested your food.
Yeah, I call that a fair definition. But that's where everybody's Reader's Digest used to show up, was next to the turlet.
Yeah.
It's convenient. That's also where my Game Boy lived, because Mom took it. I know I've told this particular little anecdote story before. I got my Game Boy maybe a year or 2 after they came out. And my mother did co-opt the location where it got kept because she loved Tetris and Dr. Mario. It actually sat on top of the Reader's Digests, which, yes, we actually had. I got the little joke years and years later after I had moved away from my parents and whatnot. Mom had gone to a relative's house and went up to my aunt and said, how does your bathroom work? It doesn't have a Game Boy in it. Apparently, Tetris makes you poop.
Or you do the Butters from South Park. You sit backwards on the toilet. That way you have a little table right there.
But
that way you have your coloring books and your chocolate milk while you're using the bathroom.
Wow.
And then the flashlight is like right there.
My mother liked her puzzle games while she was, making a payment, as it were.
Dropping off the kids at the pool.
Yeah, baking brownies.
Yeah.
So that was her mental relax. And after I took my Game Boy out of the bathroom when I moved out, my sister actually went to the used video game store and bought Mom a Game Boy and a copy of Tetris and Dr. Mario. Very thankful she did that because I wanted my Game Boy. I had games I wanted to play. This new game was coming out that I wanted to spend time with I forget. It's something called. You may have heard it. Pokemon,
Digimon?
something like that. Yeah, but it was on the Game
Oh,
Boy.
oh, the Pokemon,
Pokémons. Yeah, that's it. It was
Pokemon,
Pokemon. Pokemon.
Pokemon Go, Pokemon Go, Pokemon DS.
So I stole my Game Boy to play Pokemon in college, and Mom was left without one because I was the bad child like that. Digimon. You're both special, but so am
The
I.
filler of Nepal till she gets here.
Fair enough.
Oh, she's doing Nepal things tonight.
For God's sake, a compromise account. Uh, really? Use your big axe and take care of it. I have faith in you. Assuming you have access. It's in a server. One you're not. Yeah, because I figure you would have taken that and then told me about it, not the other way around. I have faith that I trust my mods. Burn down the house and tell me about it later. I'm okay with this. Oh, the one where you're a Pokemon. Yeah.
Pokemon, okay.
I'll poke a Digiman. Would that work?
Oh, you're Pokemon in an inappropriate place. You might get a paragraph later.
Perfect. Looking forward to it.
I'm doing it too.
Great. I want my paragraph to you. I'll get that written. Now, I will say for fairsies, I did learn a lot of the stuff that I needed to learn quite quickly, but I'm not going to lie, I am definitely a little bit more of an exception rather than the consistency. I know I'm a smarter cookie. I was in a lot of the higher education classes in elementary and high school. I was I graduated with a big V next to my name at high school. College at a solid 4.0. I'm not a I was definitely not the one holding back the class. Okay, let's just put that way. Okay. And so I figured out a lot of this stuff. Some of it by doing the most important thing that not everybody has access to either because of how their family life is. I asked mom and dad. um, I learned most of my cooking skills from my mother, my grandmother, and from watching TV cooking shows. So I learned how to cook by asking and trying and looking up recipes online and in cookbooks and attempting to better myself in that fashion because I wanted to know better cooking. Not just because I wanted to be able to survive outside of my parents' house, which definitely was a major part of that, but I wanted to know more cooking. I also had to ask my mother how to do laundry. I like a lot of adults actually did not ever learn how to do laundry before I left college. My parents both cook. My dad Went to college for it, and I went to a trade school. Well, good. That means you actually know how to cook, Miss Echo, and I've seen your works, so I do know you know how to cook. You also know, I would say, probably an equal, if not more, than I do about cooking. And I've worked in food service a lot of years, um, and I spent time trying to learn extra. And thank you, Netsu, you sweet little itty bitty teeny weeny yellow polka dot fluffini. And because you resubscribed, you know what that means. Yee.
Where did Phantom leave?
Rummish. No, Phantom crashed. Phantom's back.
Oh.
VR is being mean to that little critter tonight. Stay bottle.
They just did update.
Connections being a butt. Fair. Yee, I did it for 7. Nice. In college, I learned a lot of different stations in the Duquesne University cafeteria building I worked in. So I had a wide range from there directly. I worked as a breakfast cook for a few years. At the first floor of a business. So I've had a lot of years where I was a cook. And also I've been the cook in a house for the primary food to makeinator for most of my adult life. So I've been basically, if it ain't takeout, probably it mostly. Fopsy has definitely made a bit of a difference in that situation. She definitely does cook a good bit. We both admit, though, that I am more the primary of the makes food for both of us kind of person. But she definitely does do it some, which I appreciate 110%. Fopsy, if you can hear me, I appreciate every single time you cook anything for me. I love you. Very good helpy helperton. But I kind of accepted the fact that was one of my tasks in life is I figured out how to cook, so it's something I do. Because by the time you hit the 90s, fast food wasn't cheaper than buying groceries. And when you hit the 2000 pluses, fast food is way more expensive than groceries. Heck, when you hit the nowsies, fast food is equal to your average lower-end sit-down restaurant. Unless you're in a rush, it's cheaper now to eat at a real restaurant in most cases than it is to get the fast food. I can eat at our local Mexican place for cheaper than I can eat at Taco Bell. And it's some good shiz. And Taco Bell's the cheaper of the choices. I can eat that same Mexican restaurant for way cheaper than McDonald's. Plush Fops, hi all. Hi to the Alt Rena on screen. Nepal saying to hi to you, not her. Not Nepal.
Hello.
And the Mexican serves margaritas. And that Mexican serves good margaritas. If I remember right, that pitcher was only like $16. And there was like 6 margaritas in it. That was crazy and tasty. Worst case scenario, the weather's going to be nice this week. We could easily walk to the Mexican restaurant. Just putting that out there. Probably save us a little bit on potentially, worrying about driving home. Just gonna put that right. I'm gonna put a pin in that. Nods. Such good margaritas. Hell yeah. And definitely something I don't say everyone needs to get into if they don't feel it's important in their lives. Drinking's expensive. Just putting that out there. If you don't need it on a daily basis, yeah, you can probably save yourself a buck. Hey, Nepal. Hey, Wellington. I'm gonna hop off. Okay, you take care, sweetie. You be a wonderful, fabulous, awesome little fox. I appreciate you. You're wonderful. You're a sweetheart. And you make me smile. And I hope I help you and everyone else today have a good time. Good Phantom. I'm currently eating, then I can join. Yay! Yeah, it's expensive, hence why I buy my own and mix my own drinks. Exactly. Something I was talking about the other day, I don't remember if I talked about it on stream or not, but I know I talked about with Fopsy, was beer can be cheaper than brand name soda. This doesn't mean store brand soda is not more not cheaper by far. There's a reason why there's Sam's Choice Cola in our garage. That stuff's $1 a 2-liter. Equivalent cost per cans as well. I just prefer to do the bottle thing. It's easier to drink as much as I want without going can for can normally. Got more chores to do before I can join? That's okay, Miss Echo. Do what you need to do. I'll be here for a little while longer. But it does drive me nuts that a 2-liter of Pepsi on average is $3 or more. Same with Coke. Whereas I can still get a 24-pack of Miller High Life for way less than a 24-pack of Pepsi cans. And usually equal or less than a 24-pack of Pepsi cans, I can get a 24-pack of most of the light beers of brand name beer. So Miller, Bud, Yingling. A light can from them is usually about the same cost per case as Pepsi or Coke is. So about the same or less on that. And then you get some of the cheap stuff like Miller High Life, and it's definitely less. It is legitimately cheaper to drink beer than it is to drink Pepsi. I have a problem with that. I don't feel like any of that stuff should be the more affordable option. Now, I found even cheaper option. The flavor squirt stuff, which I think I've been told was called Mio if you buy the brand name. I have no idea because I never had the brand name of it. But it's basically like Kool-Aid squirt. Sugar-free stuff you squirt into a bottle of water, shake it up, and it's effectively Kool-Aid kind of situation. You buy the store brand of that stuff, it's even by far a lot cheaper than buying the store brand cola or whatnot. By at least half the cost from my average usage. This is approximation because they say like a squirt for a water bottle, but they don't you don't measure the squirt. And they say how many servings are in the container, and that's assuming your squirt is exactly the same size squirt that they're putting in. But that one is still cheaper than the light beer and the Miller High Life and the store brand soda, which is good. I like the fact that that's an option that is less money. So putting that one right out there, that's a good choice. Bonus, you can get the caffeinated versions, which is what I use. I have a caffeinated cherry that I get at Walmart. They also sell that one at Meijer. I know that for sure. So probably other stores have their store brand variants. Your mileage may vary, but check your grocery store next to where all those squirt things are. See if you got a choice. And I find they're pretty decent. And when I was at MFF this last year, I did not have coffee in the morning. I had that. And it did my need of making me able to brain. So that tells me it's got enough in it to at least keep me level as a caffeiner. Also, it made it a lot easier to travel than trying to bring enough potential like Pepsi products in small containers for while we're at the con and for the drive home, because you're focusing on a specified object that takes up space. If I can change that out for just water bottles that I can, worst case scenario, refill at the sink before I'm coming back home, because, I can deal with the sink water myself. And when you're adding flavor to it, that covers up a world of sin. But brain, I know. God has brain. I need brain in morning. The magical black juice normally does that, but the fancy red squirt does it sufficiently. And I've been drinking that a lot more often lately and trying to cut down on my soda. Not because I have to, but because I don't want to feel as dependent on my 2 liters of my 2 liters of Sam's Choice Cola staying at a good price. Because I've seen that go up during certain time frames, like a panini that happened to us a few years ago. Thinking interrupt, but Blaine, how are you going to get the tutu on the elephant? No, Pinky. We're going to try and take over the world. Hi.
Cute.
You're the cute one. I'm the silly fox creature right now.
Cute
I'm married to one of those. Yes, I'm married to a cute fops.
So she would know what a cute fox looks like.
Well, I'm just an average fox right now that I won in a contest, and I'm wearing because it's comfy.
You're so cute.
I'm not cute.
Yeah, you are.
That's your job.
Your cute little short shorts.
It's my new work uniform.
Your short shorts and your fanboy shirt.
Yeah, it's for my new job, Fanboy Hooters.
Cute.
No. No, best line. I think so, Brain. But me and Pippi Longstocking, what were the... Yes, that was a good one. I swear, every single one of those lines of, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Pinkies, every single one was amazing. I am so glad that they've got their own spin-off TV show.
I think what I'm thinking? Probably not. I hardly think at all. It requires effort.
I think Rob came up with those ad lib. Oh my. He's definitely special children. I know that for darn sure, having seen him in a lot of not just acting positions. Yes, Brian, but they called him. If they called them sad meals, I don't think everyone would buy them. Rob's favorite one. Sad meal. You buy. You go home.
I mean, I can go Fopsy. Baller Fops.
Sparkle boobs. I'm down for Baller Fops. It's definitely one I really am happy I ended up with. And has nothing.
Baller Rabbit.
Has nothing to do with the fluffy neck. They have a rabbit.
Or the sparkly boob. Bra.
Oh, sparkly boob. Good little sparkle fops. Because he nowadays uses it when he's asked now. Nice. Yo, 25 stream streak. Welcome in and thank you for all the stricken. I appreciate every single one of you that takes time to keep watching me. And proof in the pudding with stuff like seeing stream streaks is really, really encouraging. So thank you for reassuring me that I'm worth watching. So yay. I'll definitely admit, sometimes it is hard not to compare myself to other streamers that have been going for about the same length I am, or even less. But some days it does hit me with the, well, heckies, I gotta take another drink. It does hit me with the, where'd the bottle go? There it is. Feeling of inadequacy.
I need to subscribe too, but I'm broke.
This fair. But thank you, Commander, for re-skyping. I really appreciate all your support. All of it. Every penny of it. It really helps. And here's your shot. Oh, that's good squishy. Don't worry. When that bottle runs out, I do have a second one in my cabinet. Ready to go. I also bought a thing of melon liqueur for later. Comparing yourself with others is a sure way to make it a rest. Exactly. To be fair, though, occasionally it has helped. Seeing other people that I thought were going to be more popular than me, and I'm more popular than them, I'm like, okay, I feel better. At least for right now, I feel better. I have a bigger numbers, and but no, comparing yourself to others is not a good thing. But it is often hard not to automatically do so, because even if you're trying to not think about it, it is so hard not to. When you go and you're watching your friend, you're like, "Hey there, Blibble Vixen. It's good to go see Blibble Vixen. Blibble Vixen does great streaming. They started about the same time I did, and we're both friends of this person, Dingle Fox, and I never expected to be as good as Dingle Fox. Dingle Fox already had like 100 on average watchers when I started. So me and this one came off of them as friends and started streaming at the same time almost, and they have 50 people watching them. And they have 8,000 followers. And I've been streaming that long. And I have 1,100. And I average 15. Shoot. But you get me. It's hard not to like see someone else's number and not think. The brain will automatically fill in the blanks, even if you try not to. And the worst thing you can do is do the don't think about the elephant game. Because Because what I need you to do right now is I want you to not think about an elephant. Okay, don't think about an elephant. Think about anything but an elephant. Don't think about an elephant. Right? That is all I can tell you right now is do not think about an elephant. Don't think about an elephant.
Okay.
You're thinking about an elephant, aren't you?
No.
How did you manage to not think about an elephant when I said it that many times?
Because I knew what you were trying to do.
Fair. But in general, it's like that, only you're not planning on it. You see, I made myself this little script that deletes the statistics from Twitch from viewers. You know, that's actually smart. That way you don't see it to accidentally compare, whether you want to or not. From 12 o'clock, hi, I've been thinking, and that's something a man shouldn't do. This very fair commander. Fortunately, I read that correctly. I speak better typo than I speak well typed out things. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll give another fair point on that. Something I changed about 3-ish months ago at this point. I stopped wearing my Fitbit. Staring at the number on it was just making me feel bad I wasn't getting enough walking in. And instead of doing things I either wanted to do or needed to do, I was feeling compelled that I had to go walk to make the number bigger. So, when I realized that I wasn't feeling any better because of this, if anything, it was just giving me anxiety, I took it off. I sat it on my desk. And I haven't put it back on since. The other thing it was always doing for me was it meant that I had the time on my wrist at all times. And I would constantly then stop and look at what time my watch said. I would constantly look down and see what it was because physical was there. It's right in my line of sight that it exists. And I'll press that button. So first off, I'm seeing my step counter. Secondly, I'm seeing the time. Neither thing was helping me be more productive. If anything, both was just giving me more anxiety about both things. Time is passing, and I don't have enough steps. This didn't stop me from walking or being active. No, by far not. But it stopped me from being pointlessly active and ineffectively active. And not looking at my watch constantly. Does sewing stuff take immense amounts more time than it probably should? Of course it does. Welcome to Sewing Takes Time. Do you want a cookie for learning that? Me too. I'd love a cookie. Cookie.
Cookie sounds really good.
It do. So, I'll just sit there and be sewing and look up after a while and go, oh heck, I've been sewing for 2 hours. And go, well, I feel pretty good that I sewed for 2 hours without thinking about it. Supposed to having a watch there and I'd be constantly looking every 10 minutes and going, I'm not getting enough done in this 10 minutes. I didn't get enough done in that 10 minutes. And then all I have is just anxiety about the fact that I didn't get enough done in each of those 10-minute periods. Are there clocks basically everywhere in front of me? Yes, but I often have something. I creatively put my water bottle in front of the clock on my computer. So I can't see it.
Oh.
Thinking ahead.
Yes.
I try not to have my phone ready to grab and click and see what the time is all the time. That way I can be more productive without concentrating on did time pass. Because I'm going to be as productive as I'm going to be. Anxiety about it doesn't make me any better. That just makes me have anxiety and not want to keep working. it's a circular problem that, well, is enforced by society. And an ad break is starting soon. No. And I think it was Friday night that I stopped, but I put Pokemon down for a bit. Yeah, Pokemon Go had started to become too much of a dedication. I felt like, more of a chore. It felt like okay, I need to catch. They've been giving me a 15 everyday goal. I have to make sure I get that 15 a day every goal. Babs, you sweet little pink Canadian woofer. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders, and welcome in, Babs. I hope you're all having a great day. There we go. Nepal got it. Thank you, Nepal. What, you can go into a Pichu mode?
Yeah, it's cute.
You are cute. Oh, hi there. Hi, Beta Mink. Commander says, hi, Babs. Old School Sang says, right again. Hi, Cadpig. Hello, Old School. Welcome in. I hope all you Raiders are doing wonderful. I hope you're all taking good care of Babs while she was playing more Sonic the Racers. Sonic Racers. I know you love your Sonics. For the Raiders. Thank you, Nepal. Those are very important fun things, like my YouTube channel, my Discord, my Ko-Fi. In case you want any of that stuff. To watch videos. To come chat with us. Or if you want to buy some of my pretty things. All of those things are at your fingertips. But yeah, it was really feeling like a chore, especially since they've been having this monthly goal thing going on and occasionally even a further bonus weekly goal on the Pokemon Go. But every day has a minimum of catch 15, and then there's a bunch of points to get some other chain line of goals done. Yeah. Now, I did finish the one. I gave up on Pokemon Go. I got this week's big special one. I got the Mewtwo out of it. And that was about where I was going, okay, I think this has been too much. That's where I started to really feel it. Because it was just too much. I was between trying to catch constant things, shake weight my phone, not run out of ammunition because I'm trying to catch, X number of things every day for X number of other goals. Not wanting friend eggs because they take too long to hatch, and trying to, push myself till I'm getting to the store next to get more balls. And it would just turn into a giant resource management system that I'm like, I either need to go to take walks every other day up to the plaza to spin stops, which is hours of wasted time, or I need to go out grocery shopping more often, or fail a Pokemon. So I went with fail a Pokemon because this was not worth this. And the whole shake weight my phone thing, that really does come down to the walking was not counting as much. It's another reason why I was getting mad at the Fitbit, because I would walk with it and either it didn't count steps accurately or my phone didn't count them. Okay, I walked and I was counting, all right, this pace is about 80 steps. The lap I take is about 80 steps. I did 6 of those. I looked down at my wrist and I went up by, 120 steps. And I'm like, no, I went up by a lot more than that. Wrist, why didn't you catch any of this? And I look at my Pokemon game and I didn't walk at all with it. Well, that's that's a lot of I didn't do things. So
I'm trying to think. The Pokemon Go's tracker isn't using that. Might not be using satellite. It might be using something else to track you.
well, I know it definitely works with the gyro because that's how I have been walking with it now. I have a headband. I stick my phone in the headband and I hold it by a finger from the other end of the headband. And I swing it back and forth.
Apparently, people who work at bowling alleys put on the little shoe shaker.
Yeah, that works. And there's also, say, personal massagers, specifically ones that wiggle a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those ones you get at the special sculpture store.
Yeah.
Especially the longer ones, strap it on the top of one of those. Man, apparently that'll get you the best walkies. I just do what I can to get done. If I miss a goal, then I miss a goal. I understand. And for a lot of people, that is a lot easier to deal with. But I definitely have obsessive compulsive issues. And it will ride on me that I am not succeeding at that goal. And my OCD will not let me not try and finish that goal. I'll feel bad all night. Unless I cut butter on the goal and say, I'm just not dealing with you right now. I'm done with you. So for anyone that can, like you, say, oh, well, I got as far as I got and I'm done. I think that's better. Because every time I've picked Pokemon Go back up after stopping for this same reason, it goes until I hit that same reason again, at which point I go, no. And it sneaks up on me because it's like, well, I was having a little fun, catching things here and there. I was spending some stops at the store. This is okay. Oh, there's a catch 15 goal. That's not a big deal. And there's this point thing. Yeah, why not? Before you know it, I'm spending half my day shake weighting my phone, the other half trying to catch Pokemon. I'm getting nothing done. I like booping myself.
Oh no.
Okay, rapper style.
ADHD brain. Oh no.
Bring it down now. Bring it down now. Word to your mother.
Apparently, if you said boop Pichu, it says P.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
So whenever I have to go up, I gotta go.
Oh, do you need to? Are you sure enough to? Did you go? Did you wash your hands after you went? I know. We'll just
don't go outside. Don't go outside, and
unless you live in the woods. But
it's okay to.
But Silly Lily needs to put on her gaming pants so she can. Yeah, I'm bad like that. Remember OCD. Not satisfying.
Chat, when you remember, chat, hydrate and go.
Third door down, the hall on the right. That'd be where you go. Exactly. But yeah, I'm not saying I'm quitting Pokemon Go forever because I know I'm not. But I'm definitely stopping for now till I can make sure I'm not feeling stressed about it, not feeling committed to it wholeheartedly. I might still spin Pokestops when I'm at the store. I don't expect to actually catch anything, but refilling my ammo for the next time I decide to actually play the game, not necessarily a bad thing. And that at that point, I'm not dedicating anything extra. I'm just getting my phone out while I'm walking through the store and just clicking on the stops and spinning. Taking a walk around the mall for fun on an off day, spinning all the Pokestops, that's not a problem. That's actually relaxing. Every darn day, making sure I'm catching my minimum 15, trying to make sure I'm getting my 250 points on the weekly goal or the monthly goal. That was starting to eat on me.
And before you go walking on your Pokemon Go, be sure to.
Yeah, you make sure you
go.
Yeah, you make sure you. Because you don't want to have to when you're at the mall. Because you don't want to use those the toilets because they're always covered in.
And it's worse if you have to go in a porta potty because those are filled with.
Very much so. I think we lived that. Good girl.
Yeah, we lived the joke long enough.
We're broken children. I'm okay with that. This week I do want to remind you all ahead of time. I am not streaming Thursday or Friday or Sunday this week. Just heads up, no Thursday, Friday, or Sunday coming up. I'm gonna have company over, so I'm gonna be busy. So go ahead and watch someone else for those days, or do something else fun. Don't worry, you're not missing your stream streaks.
Exactly.
Good girl. You're pretty.
So are you.
Nah, I'm just a silly fox at the moment. Aw,
I
I'm...
didn't say any other words. I said you were pretty.
No. But I'm very happy to say we will have company and I'll get to entertain and see people. I'll see someone besides Fopsy. That's an improvement. We love each other, but I would like to see other humanoids in general. And we'll probably play a lot of Hero Quest. And I certainly know we're going to Saboya's and getting pictures of margaritas. That's kind of the plan. And Commander, thank you so much.
Wow.
Want a break from the ads?
Thanks, Commander.
And when's my birthday again? That's the 19th. That's Thursday of the following week. So don't worry, I will be here for that. And since the Commander did a thing, I have to get the bottle back out. Thank you, Commander. You're a very helpy helperton and very supportive.
Right, it feels like there's been 5 that have been subscribed to you just tonight.
That was delicious. That was a good shot. I might be here late. Family wants dinner. One more. Do the thing. Let me double check. We might be. Easiest way to tell. Go to this tab. Refresh. Ham refresh. Thank you. That's not giving up-to-date information. Stream manager. Let's see. Gifted sub. That's 3. Sorry, we're at 3. You have not gotten enough to make me do a thing. I checked. Oh, the 19th. Shoot, I thought it was the 17th. No, that was Grandpa's birthday. That Tuesday next week. Family wants to do dinner. You're allowed to enjoy some dinner. Yeah, I think that covers it. Commander, thank you. Why you do this, sweetie pie? That's a lot of cool people. That's a ton of cool people. Let's see. Fopsy, Golden Lasso, Beta Mink, Snowy, Princess Wuna, Play with Mercury, Light something, Old School, The Snake, and Cunning Red Fox. Holy shiz. Now do the thing. Now I have to do the thing. Haha, Fopsy has a lot of... She has one tickling to do. Oh, Fopsy dear. Fopsy, if you could hear. The commander paid for torture.
Is it torture or it's helping you out?
Also, I'm a cutie. I'm a cutie, cute cutie. I'm so cute. I'm a cutie, cutie Fopsy tonight. I'm a cutie pie. I'm so cute. There. And I'm going to take at least one more shot right now. Make that two. Cue the Jacksons torture. Okay, I put my bottle down for right now. I will definitely drink some more of that for you, Commander, tonight. Because you paid for several. I don't know if Fopsy can hear me if she has her headphones on. But I will try my best to let her know she's allowed to do her thing. And I'm moderately exposed right now. Oh, she's awake. I hear noises over there. They're not snoring. So, yeah. So switch that because I'm trying to grind for points on that person. If you're within the sound of my voice. See, can I do my thing? I can do my thing kind of. Good enough. Let me see. Man, I hate trying to control with these things. Driving's hard. FYI. Tickle was paid for. Bink. There. I actually directly messaged her, so can't tell me I didn't try. Whether or not she notices my messages, that's an entirely different story. But hey, I do my best to do my duty for Blob on my country. Commander, you would be proud of me, though. I did go out and use my grill today. Granted, it was apparently 70 out there in March. 70-something degrees outside. How crazy. It was such a nice day. I went out and did Berbers on the grill tonight. They were cheap store pre-made patties, but they were delicious. Yay, we used our grill tonight too. Good girl, Nepal. Good girl. Jealous of good girl. Very jealous of good girl who had steaks. Tell you, would have been a better grilling day. I used mine yesterday. You could always use it other days. Go out and make some dog hots or something. And the hype train was a success. Completed level 4. Commander, you did a level 4 hype train. Jiminy Crimpets. What kind of diddly do did I get for it? I got a little pass out man. Yay! I kind of like that one. The temperature should not be higher than my age. Not in March. Yeah, we went from like weeks and weeks of snow in a row there in January and February where it never actually melted to being 70 something in the first week in March. Yeah, global temperature change. That's definitely not a thing. No, no. We are doomed. It'll back to snow again soon, though. You know, I don't question this either, which is the sad thing. That groundhog. Old school fun fact. I have been to Punxsutawney more than a few times. I've stayed in the official hotel where like all the souvenir crap is sold for Groundhog Day and stuff. It's an interesting town. Choo choo! Yes, good work, Commander. You made a choo choo train. And you get cool moat there, it looks like. I like it. Also, you are very helpful in making sure that other people got to use my emotes in other servers and here. Another benefit that's available if you are a subscriber here, not only do you get to use my emotes in this stream, but you get to use them in other people's streams. Like that. See, Silly Lily happened to have gotten a gift subscription to the cute little Yeen Bean there. So we have little Dancy Yeen Bean motes and a Caddie mote. I went there for a day once. Felt like 1,000 years. Okay, yeah, it's pretty boring. To make matters more boring, the reason why I went there was a annual church conference. See, my best friend in high school was grandson of the preacher of the church where I went. And I kind of got to go along for some stuff like that. Ooh, you binging my emote. First you binging the cute little skunk girl going, loves. Now you binging up my emote going, meow. Surprise, Caddie is surprise. I need to start making my references more obvious. Oh, because of Groundhog Day. Oh, so I'm taking you never actually went there. Punxsutawney is interesting. Very middle of nowhere town in Pennsylvania, just big enough to be called a town kind of situation. You miss nothing by not going to Punxsutawney. We're going to have mimosas at our church later this month. I like your church better. Shoot, I went to a church that instead of our Blood of the Christ being Manischewitz or Mogan David's, it was Juicy Juice. They didn't even trust us with like a quarter shot glass of wine. We got Juicy Juice. Fortunately, though, we did have the in-house ladies that would bake the cracker thing, and ours was like a unleavened cookie. So our Body of Christ was really tasty. Just saying. Saddening though, I've only been out of Florida like twice. Unitarians have more fun. Yeah, you do. I will say when I for a few years I did go to a multi religion retreat down in Maryland. I even had annual registration there and went to a lot of the annual festivals, which was fun. It was actually really nice to go there, both for camping and for the experience and the camaraderie of all these different people of all these different religions coming together to have effectively services of all sorts of kinds, whether it's for their personal religion or for a different one. I actually celebrated a couple of Jewish ceremonies there. I believe it was a Shabbat we did. I participated in it. It was very interesting. So, for the same place that they had Wiccan services and ceremonies, we also had Jewish services and ceremonies. And it was neat to see all these different perspectives. And at the Shabbat, they did the whole the Eucharist thing, so the body and blood of Christ situation, and we had actual wine or grape juice, and you're allowed to pick which one you wanted. Which, yeah, that was cool. I mean, I've known what wine tastes like since I was a little kid. You go to a wedding and they're having wine for the toast. Once you're past about 5, most parents, when they come around to give the little bit of wine for the toast, they say, yeah, pour the kid a little child size one. It'll be okay. And you have one. You have a little bit. And it's okay. You're not going to get drunk or messed up on that. Day 2 conquered. Now I am sore. Oh no. I hope you feel better there, little all stance. But you're making it. You're a good little hard-working Benoy. She works hard for them carrots. He works hard for them carrots, so you better treat him right. Oh, so right. He works hard for the carrots. So hard for his hairs. He works hard for the carrots, so you better treat him right. Oh, so right. Like hell I do. Carrots go in the compost. Sore, sore god of sunder. Yeah. Okay, how about this? You get that sweet, sweet lettuce. And I ain't talking romaine, baby. Or at least you will in probably about 2 weeks. Give or take about the pay cycles. Sore god of blunder, more like. But I'm soups proud of y'all stands for actually successfully getting Jorb and surviving through it so far. Hey, every day you work there is one step closer to anything you want with money. Thank you. Trust me, as someone who has worked in Jorbs for a lot of years, no, it doesn't get better. It still sucks. But, in general, though, it does feel pretty rewarding to come home and know that you did something that earned you cash. And possibly has a quicker route to get you out of whatever situation you're stuck in.
And if you're Thor from Endgame, you become Thor, god of blubber.
And then you get Stormbreaker, and then when Captain America picks it up, you say, no, you can have the little one. I get the big one.
Sorry, wife, you get the baby one.
I'm prepared for Wednesday if I have tomorrow off. I got the ibuprofen and the acetaminophen. I'm an online shopper at Wally World. Neat. Honestly, that's not a bad thing to be in. um, I'm sure it's got all of its own stresses. And I'll say from experience working around the guys doing that in my Walmart, you probably have a lot of people being mad at you for being in their way. Because that constantly happens. Every time I run into one of them and they're apologizing to me, I'm like, no, dude, you're doing your job. I don't know. It's okay. I can wait 30 seconds for you to pick up a box of rice and move along so I can get to the other kind of rice behind your cart monster. I'm not in that big of a hurry. But yeah, I apologize for anything or anyone that, is asked you about that. Thankfully, no, I'm a polite employee. I obey traffic laws. Good button. Very good button. um, Only times I ever get frustrated is like when the bread guy happens to be there at the time I'm there or something like that, or the Pepsi guy, and they just park their loader cart against the wall and they just let it sit there until they're done. In that one spot. I'm like, God damn it. I need diet Sam's Choice Cola. It's right there. It's right behind your cart full of the expensive Pepsi. I need 6 diet Sam's Choice Cola 2 liters. They're right there. You're in my way. Can I just scoot your little carty man over a little? I know I have this skill. I can push slightly. I make sure I'm super nice to them. I've never seen anyone give them crap, luckily. I don't do that yet.
No, I'll be another kitty.
Keggy. Panties.
I do have a kiggy, but it's a little too heavy, so I don't want to crash you while putting it on.
You're a very good mulish. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Okay, this is not me trying to make anything mean to you. I'm going to see if I can bring up my desktop things because I could earlier. I can do it. I'm bringing up my desktops without a hassle.
Yeah.
Like last week, even when I was by myself in simple ass worlds like Cozy Cuddles or whatever it's called, the little purple world that's barely a room and a half.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring up my desktops there. Here, this giant ass world, both of us here. Button, no wibbles.
I think Steam VR was having issues too.
Yeah. So I blame VR chat / Steam VR for whatever all was going on last week. But I do my best to be prepared, and I obviously wasn't trying to be mean when I was telling anyone that could you please change your avatar. It was more of a I'm on fire. Could we fix this by you not being the billion prim whatever kind of thing? But
Yeah, that's what I said. I could switch to my keyboard, but it's one of those pre-built, meaning it has all those bells and whistles, and I don't want to lag you out.
this fair. I appreciate you caring. Fortunately, though, yeah, we're actually doing good this week.
And it's a little jiggly on the. I'm not sure Twitch would be okay with it.
I'm sure it'll be fine. We have one person getting uppity with customer service on the day of my interview. Oh. Are you sure this interview wasn't at a Coldwater Walmart in Indiana? Because I sure as heck was getting uppity with the manager.
Because if it is and the pegs end up in the freezer, you know why.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know anything. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know anything. But pigs.
Haven't heard Prim in a while. Second Life hit me like with whiplash. Is the Twitch app being PETA for anyone else? I don't know. I try not to use that one. Go away, little share thing. I don't need you anymore. In my way. But hi, Miss Echo. How are your chores doing? Are you doing okay? I love you and appreciate you. I don't know. I'm just on the web page. Yeah, I have web page up here right now. And another one, watching another streamer. Gaining points. Because I'm cool like that. And he's on mute, but I can tell he's singing. Very much so. He's really pretty looking.
Dude. That Kiggy ain't that big, so. I could just jump off the mountain and then come back if it. Just put it on.
You're allowed to put her on. She's fine. I'm not too worried tonight. Nah, I know what you look like, and I would have avoided any conflict there. I've seen all kinds of boobs on Twitch. You could probably get away with more than you think you could. Yeah, definitely. Please not be mean to me. I'm not one of those don't bully me. I'll X guys. To be fair, I'm generally nice to everyone in stores I go to. The only time I was mad there, it was after I got ignored by like a dozen employees. And then I went to talk to the manager, and they acted like it was my fault. And that was butts. To later find out that there was only one person working electronics, and they just weren't around. They weren't there. Because phone was stuck on 2.4 Wi-Fi band, apparently. Well, tell it to be nicer. Give you the 5 giggles. Sets on fire. Well, that'll get you hotter speeds.
Yeah, you're not dead.
I've not exploded. You're a very dark Kiggy.
Well, dark. Kinda.
Darkness. No parents. Super rich. Kind of makes it better. Yeah,
Batman.
Thank you. I feel better that you actually said that.
Batman.
Yes. Very yes.
Yeah, I'm dark enough that maybe my boobs won't throw Twitch in a tizzy.
Please, I do this with how many people's boobs are on my stream?
And how many paragraphs did you get in a result?
Only from one person. Most people I do this to, I'm like, can I play with those? Sure. Bug, 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 bug. I mean, I came on stream with the anti-physics Redabot, if you remember her.
Oh, yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. These are not hands. I forget which comedian did that. Chuckle. He was like, I had a... Great. She figured it out. Not too much, though. Commander, I hope you're enjoying your payment.
Back in the thank you for the joke.
Can I be done? I feel like I've had enough, honestly. I feel like it's enough. No, 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 no. Thank you, sweetie, for taking care of that for me.
Fox, you gotta be careful. Make sure she don't go in her pants. If that happens, I don't know. Cause
Oh. Hey. Fopsies.
as previously stated, Caddie,
Yeah,
if she goes too far, you might go in your pants.
I might.
Somebody's interested in what you just said.
Please do not be mean to. Okay, cause the phone was stuck. Okay, chuckle. Anti-physics random on. I apologize. I unfavorited that avatar ages ago. I don't still have her.
I was gonna say, if you put it on recently, it should be in your recent.
Yeah, it's been ages since I had her, period, so I don't have her to wear. I apologize. Miss Echo or Nepal, if one of you could refund Jack for that, or if Jack, you want to have a different avatar, I could do that.
If you have a Renamon, just put on a Renamon.
Well, I don't want to, spoil it and just give a Renamon in place of a specific request. This was a specific request. I don't want to just say, yeah, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to actually offer to do my satisfiable best. Avatars. See, what do we even have with the most booble physics? Because, yeah, I unflavored that a while ago.
How this world is dark.
It really is.
I mean, good thing I have bits of me that are glowing, but
yeah, I only saved like a couple of my Renai. Specifically, I have the one like Nepal wears, the free version of it. I have the Ren Kengu, and I have another one that I actually like, but it's definitely boobless. Well, this one does have some pretty boobs, so I'll put this on for you. I feel like since I know what you're... Why does that not show up? Why is it showing me? And... Oh, man. One of the ones I liked doesn't exist anymore. Well, poo.
Avatar don't exist anymore. They should at least remove it completely out of your saves.
Yeah, because I have a save, and it's giving me the error bot, and when I go look at the details, it literally is just by this person, no info, and nothing. That's butts. That is very butts. So I'll leave it up to you, Jack. If you have a different avatar besides that one, I will turn into that, but I apologize. Even the other one I think I had with a lot of boobalots. Let me see. How's this one? Wait, that one's dead too?
I have a Renamon user, or whatever the hell they're called.
That's not what I was looking for. No, I'm just looking through my avatars, and there's I've run into 3 so far that are airbots now. that I really like that were in inventory.
You're talking about.
Listen, has pretty good boobs. I can work with this. Can't really think of any.
Let's see, is it this one? Is this the one that you're talking about?
No, because there's no boob under there. No, the boobs a lot one actually has boobs, not just chest fluff.
I think I have an idea which one you're talking about. That really tall one.
I don't know. I always make them short. All right. Here we go. Back. Quick customization. Body toggles. Body shape. There we are. Booba size. Currently 50%. 100%.
Not really much of a difference between 50 and 100.
Not really. But Jack, for you. Boobla 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 boobla.
God, do we need to have that as a redeem? Yeah, might have to have that as a redeem. Shake boob.
No, because Twitch will get mad at me if I have something like that on there. That one's good. Okay, I'll just be a fox moth for now then.
I mean, you could do the huggy, then do the boob shake with it. To them, it's just a hug.
Nah, because I don't want to put anything up there that is anyway questionable. Because if they watch my stream and find out what happens when someone does a redeem, I don't want that to be drawn back to me in any way, shape, or form. Do not taunt Happy Fun Bear. Repeat, do not taunt Happy Fun Bear. Hee anti-physics Rena. That took me a second to get. Yeah, but you remember that one, don't you? You remember her. Zooming in a bit. Also, I'm wearing the Facer Chief. I like not having the Facer Chief on. There we go. Now you can see my face. Because she does have a pretty face. I mean, it's a pretty face.
COVID ain't much of a problem anymore, so you don't need to wear a mask anymore.
Is a belly dancer outfit. Is no fibs on that one. No, 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 no. Cute kitty.
And where's a Kiggy?
Cute Kiggy.
The Kiggy face works. So the other Kiggy stuff. Nice balls.
Good Kiggy.
I actually got glitched in somebody's head. It said nice balls. I'm like, what?
Nice. Speaking of Renamon, any physics? Have you seen the Your Digimon Girl Avi? No. But I probably don't need to. I don't come in here for the boobs. I'll put that right out there.
By the sounds of it, it probably has something to do with big boobs.
If anything, I'm a bigger fan of smaller boobs.
And seeing how it's Jack asking about it, it probably does have giant booba.
Probably. Bloop. I'm just a fan of jiggles. Jiggles are fun. You know what? I am not like sexually attracted to boobs. I'm doubly entertained by boobs because they wibble. Wee!
I watched a comedian. I think it was a
It
comedian.
doesn't.
He said
Hey.
if a man turns into the girl suddenly, the first day he's just gonna sit there.
Every time I've seen someone like body swap with a girl, that's the first thing they do is they explore the boobs. Not the crotch. They play with the boobs.
Exactly. It's just like,
I forget which comedian. I was getting into this before some of this happened. The tickling, I think. The comedian made the joke. I was watching the Discovery Channel, smoking weed, and they was in Africa, and they was dancing, and then all of a sudden, I was with them, and I was dancing too, and the girls are going, Manye, 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 Manye. These are not hands. That was the joke. Butt jiggles. Crazy guy, I'm going to buy you a big box of Jell-O. You can have all the jiggles you need. We got you covered. Heck, you don't even know to go sugar-free.
I mean, yesterday he was looking at slime avatars. They were all jiggly.
Jiggly. Woohoo, Jello jigglies. This afternoon I was watching a friend playing something, I think in Fortnite, where it was like a training battle thing and he was just killing slimes constantly, and I was like, that's a field of marshmallows because they were white. No, they're slimes. And he's like mauling them over constantly, like, wow. Crystal knows I like jiggles. Crystal is aware. Crazy guy likes jiggles.
Yeah, I am aware. I am fully aware.
And I'm not going to shame anybody that likes jigglies. That is perfectly up to you. And I actually need to wipe my eyes, so I need to take my headset off for a half a secchi. I apologize. I'm going to break. Because my eye is watering and that's itchy.
I wonder why your eyes are watering.
No. T-shirt right here, that'll work. I think I got it all wiped out good. Fun fact, eyes watering, not so much a problem. Eyes watering, and they're trapped in a humidor, and all of your facial oils are now available for playing part of the party. That's a problem. Because then you basically are humididoring your eyes with every bit of face slime you've generated over the last hour. He was tickled, so his eyes are watery. Actually, yeah, that'd be probably when it started. Then it took a little bit for it
Yeah.
to soak into the face oils, and then my body was like, "Oh, you're gonna be uncomfortable now."
Or in my case, I yawn too hard and my eyes start to water.
Yeah, yeah.
You get that nice yawn and stretch mix, and it's like your brain, you start tearing up.
Or anything irritates the nose at all in the room,
Yes.
and then all of a sudden that drips, and then your eyes drip too because they're all part of a connected system.
Yeah.
Isn't a humidor a bullfighter? No.
No, humidor would be that'd be the reverse. The bull is doing the thingy with the human.
Also, a humidor is where you keep your cigars. They keep them at the proper temperature and humidity level so they don't go bad. That's a Toreador, I think. Yes.
Or in our case, our face mask. The face heater 9000.
Face Heater 9000 that seals around your face to keep all the moisture in.
Yeah. And if you're not careful, you get rid of the glue around the gasket and you have to replace it.
I've re-glued all of that so many times.
Good thing I have a hot
Yeah. So when you take your headset off, do you get raccoon face?
Yeah.
You ever go out like that right after and have people question it?
My mom's like, "What the hell were you doing? That your eyes? Why do you look like that?"
Headset.
The first time when I had it on, she's like, "Why does your face look all mushy like that?" I'm like, "I had like I told her I'm like I had a 5-pound headset resting on my face for a little while."
Yeah, it doesn't even take long. You're in there for like 10 minutes, you'll get a press.
Simpsons episode where Mr. Burns has that same thing around his face from using the one machine.
Yeah. Simpsons did it first.
Yeah.
Big eyes. Regular. Big eyes. Regular. Big eyes.
Just don't do it.
Ha. Either turned off or they just that wasn't one of the tags in there. I want to preface this by saying I don't expect you to start doing this. Got it? I question what is about to happen.
Oh.
I don't know, but Jack said I preface by saying I don't expect you to start doing this. I wait with bated breath. I want to know what you want to say.
What is he planning?
I don't know.
Or is Nepal planning something?
Also don't know. I figure Nepal's probably planning on being here soon. It's after 11. She's usually on about this time.
Or are they both planning?
Well, Miss Echo's not planning anymore. Her plans are happening.
Oh no.
Well, her plan was just to be here, so.
Yeah.
So that means I get Miss Echo hugs, so that's a thing. But lately on YouTube Shorts, I've seen a VTuber who used a metric fluff ton of those trackers and captures all his movements in a really neat way. Now, I could do stuff like that, honestly. Not the metric ton, though. I have a set for full body worth, so I could do some interesting stuff. But man, to get enough trackers to do that, anything crazy, it gets expensive fast.
Have a haptic suit or a mocap suit that they're using.
E. Either that or have a lot of little like Vive trackers strapped to their body.
Or a bunch of slimes.
Either way, you're looking at easily about 100 per tracked point. I'm already at 3 tracker tracked points. To add in like my knees and elbows, that'd be another $400-ish. Chest 5.
I think most of the haptic suits are like maybe 1,000 at least.
And that's something I'm not buying. I'd be happy if I just had 3 trackers. I feel you, Nepal.
It might just be the mocap suit, because the haptic I think is the one where you can actually feel things.
E. Loading slowly, yeah. It's a world you've been in at least, so there's that. I think he's got a haptic suit. Nice. 150 each, actually. Yeah, it's been a while since I bought mine, so I forgot how much they were. So, also a pain in the ass if it was actually a suit, because you have to, not lose weight, not gain weight or anything.
Unless it's latex and it's super stretchy.
Even then, you lose too much on a stretchy suit, and then it's too loose, or you gain too much.
You would lose weight because you'd be wearing a sauna suit because you'd be sweating in a pit as a pig in it.
But if you stretched it out from being too big and you lose weight, then it's loose, and now your trackers are loose, effectively. But yeah, he moves like a cartoon character, and he's really fascinating. Yeah, if you have either a capture suit or multiple extra trackers, it's pretty possible to do that. But that gets expensive real fast. Either $1,000 or thousands of dollars just for the suit, or easily thousands by paying for trackers. Just for YouTube short. All that for a 30-second short.
I feel like the trackers would be cheaper.
Probably. Also, sad fact, the most I've ever made off one of my YouTube shorts, 3 cents. I think. I might have made 4 cents off of one of them. 1,000+ views. And I think it was 4 cents I made it up to. I was like, wow. 1,000 views and you're going to give me 4 pennies. Thanks, YouTube. I bet you got like $10 worth of ads off of me and I get 4 feckin' cents. Señorita Echo, ¿dónde estás tú?
She's in here. I could probably go find her.
She is not El Spanoed yet.
Oh.
She's trying. She's trying hard as babe can try.
Hey, we should turn down our avatars. That way she don't explode when she tries to get in here.
Nah, I'm not too worried. In instance, it's still just you and me. It's me and you and me. No matter how we toss the dice, it's had to be. What the? Naughty Benoy. Naughty, you rated. Thank you so much, you sweet little bun. How are you, most well-behaved little pink and black and white bun? I think Nepal's busy, so let me see if I can get this up. I know Miss Echo is busy. Shit. Oh, space. N-A-U. Ha. Nope. No, Paul beat me. Never mind. I tried. Paul fast. And you're playing Poppy Playtime. Ooh. Hey, sweetheart. I'm doing good. How are you? I am doing just fabulous. I'm going to go back to what I was planning to wear tonight anyway. The new avatar I won in contest over the weekend. Bink. Back to being Femboy Foxy. LOL. I always contest to try and beat you, Caddie. LOL. You did a good job. Good job, Nepal. I figured you were still busy. But it's really good to see you, pretty naughty bun bun. You're a good fluff. Very good fluff. Do you still do the thing where if someone does the really big point redeem, you cook food on a weekend for whatever kind of thing they asked for? Because I'm pretty sure I have enough points to do that twice. Oh, that's adorable. And you as well. Oh, thank you. Meow. Meow. You're the... Naughty's the cute, sweet, pretty, fluffy, puffy bun bun who's amazing and wonderful and such a good boy / girl. And they deserve hugs and loves and attention. You should all go follow them because they're cool and stuff. All that was correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Got confirmation. I didn't fib, Naughty. You're awesome and cool and stuff. And pretty. And a good bum bun. Yes, I do. I'll actually be doing that this weekend. I'm doing it IRL made cooking stream and a giveaway. Ooh, nice. Sadness. Oh, Miss Echo, did it fail to load? Missed it again? Oh, the Paul was fast on it. She was like on the keyboard. And you're busy loading in, so you have a very good excuse. And if you need help finding us, Miss Echo, I can send the little Arflin to go find you.
When I could become a pup rescue.
You are a rescue pup.
I'm a bunny. Clearly. Bunny.
This pup's gotta fly.
Bunny.
Puppy.
Okay, fine.
Puppy bunny.
I'm being funny.
Like a bunny. Good girl. I was looking through eBay for trackers and glanced over at just as naughty rated. Ah, perfect. That would explain it. Oh, so what did you end up having to cook there, Naughty? What's this weekend's din-din? I'm curious. Crystal's a punny. You're a punny. A puppy bunny.
As long as I'm not low, I'm a punny.
Yeah, you're not low. You're high.
That way I don't become a low punny.
That's an entirely different kind of bunny.
Yes. The internet has made it very clear about that, how it feels about that particular bunny.
Froze. Oh, Miss Echo froze. Oh, she's left instance. She's probably rebooping.
Yeah.
Don't worry. If you need to hit the button and need replied back in, I'll let you back in. For me and you and me. No matter how we toss the dice, it has to be. The only one is me for you and you for me. So happy together. So how is the weather?
E.
I can't see you loving nobody but me for all our time. Fopsy is so sweet, and she is mine. My message got caught for mods. Oh, it did? Shoot, 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 shoot. I got it, I got it, I got it. I'm cooking zucchini bread from scratch. Pizza. Oh, that's why. Nice. I let yours through. I don't let most people's through. There's a word I banned on my stream, and it was in your statement. I don't have that many words I've ever banned. That was one of them. Sorry, Naughty. Sorry. I ask you to say something, and then I let the mod stop it. And Jack is asking, what kind? Oh, really? Which? The P word? The P word. That was due to the chaos that occurred quite a few months back. I'm thinking about lowering some of the other restrictions, but I think I'll just leave that banned on account of it's a good story. And, there's worse things that have banned in my stream. Dang it, the Italian flatbread word. Yes. Well, I know you do a good job on cooking that lovely pea circle because I've seen you do that before. You did a good job on that.
Italian frisbee.
Italian frisbee. Yeah, leave that word banned. It's funny. I say that as some of these people in stream are ones that have tried to say it since they've known it was banned and they forget. Chicago mistakes. Oh, okay. That's understandable considering. Okay, so there will be no nefarious actions behind it. No. Might have to do a full restart. Aw. Well, I'm still going to be here for a while, Miss Echo. Don't worry. Be your reboots. I need to reboot one of these days. I think I've had a Windows update that's been telling me to restart for about 2 weeks now.
Yeah, mine's been telling me that same thing for about a month.
Ever since the last time my computer didn't turn on that one morning and then I had to work for half a day to get it on, I've been reluctant to let my computer get turned off if I don't have to.
No, I've been reluctant to update my Windows in general because all the recent updates have been breaking everything.
True that, yo. By the time it's done, stream will be over. Who knows, Miss Echo. Last few times I've been streaming VR chat, I made it to 1 a.m., so it's not even midnight yet. You got time. I just got Pokemon's for Red on Switch. Oh, I also requested another avatar change a few moments ago. You did? Oh, that's right. I saw that and I got distracted because there was things going on. Lopunny. I think I have one of those. Pretty sure I kept that. Scrolling. Did I miss it in the list? I thought I'd kept one of those. Nope, sorry, Jack. Looks like it's a big negatory on that. The law punny is out of the list. Apparently, I took that out at some point to make room for something else. Free accounts can only hold 50, and I gotta make sure my main list stays at 50 or less. Unfortunately, I gotta get foods and sleepies, but we'll lurk here until then. Have a wonderful night, cutie. Good night, wonderful naughty. You're a very sweet bun bun. Enjoy some nom noms and some eep beeps, and I hope that you have a great night. I'm sorry. You're all right, Miss Echo. Yee. Miss Echo's a good girl. But I apologize, Jack. I don't have a La Punny. Not on the list. I can be a bunny, but I don't have a La Punny, apparently. I have a few bunnies on here. Let me see if I can reach my hydrate. There it is. Let's see. Miss Echo is an amazing girl. Yes, she is. And sheet says violation was detected. I forced closed the app and it caused because I was being a jerk. Good. And naughty, sweetie. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl, naughty. I'm a good girl. I'm being a good girl, Foxy, right now. I'm a good girl. I'm being well behaved and doing my best to be well behaved for all my viewers. I'm a good girl. I will do my best, though, for you. Avatars, I will be a bunny. Because I don't have what you're asking for, I'll do my best. That's as close as I can get. Specifically one I meant in a bit. Easy anti-cheat really does the most against people who aren't even doing anything. Yeah, basically. Sorry it's been... If I's been away, Caddie. I had a hell of a February. I understand. Hey, Lana.
People set up petitions and stuff to get rid of the anti-cheat for VR chat.
Yeah. One could only hope.
I don't see the point. Anti-cheat for VR chat seems kind of pointless.
Kind of agree. It's not like we're multiplayer gaming and whatnot.
Oh no, you cheated in Tears of Nowhere. Whatever, they're gonna take my birthday away.
No.
No, wait, your save for that game is gone? Oh, I need to use cheats to get all my shit back.
Hi, Echo, says Lana.
Oh, the baby Wana in the chat.
Yep, it is. She's there. I'll admit, I definitely had a busy February, and I'm not necessarily just happy to see the butt end of it, just because, well, time passing is not necessarily a great thing. More along the lines of, man, could use that time back. Lana, sweetie. Lana, you're a good little baby Babkin princess. You're a little angelic cherub baby Babkin princess. Who's a good little girl? You're a good little girl, you sweet little baby Babkin, Lana. You're a very pretty little Baba kit. Such a big, big crinkle for such a little critter. It's just all the crinkle noises as you waddle at maximum waddle capability around. It's so adorable. You're such a good girl, Lana. Such a good girl. And then an ad starts, so I'm not sure if she heard the very last few words of that, but I tried my best. Well, I got a password out of it, so we're good.
got the anti-cheat's gone. I'm gonna steal your avatar because of that. Oh no.
Yay. Sigh. Now
Even though people still have avatars regardless.
Steam decided it needs an update. When does anything go right? Oh, Steam needing updates is basically a consistent annoyance. Ugh. In fact, Steam updates is something I had thought about complaining about tonight, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Last night after stream, which was hella fun. I have a headache now. I'm so sorry, Miss Echo. I decided I was going to pre-install the next 2 Sniper Elite games just to be ready. And they started downloading at a good rate. This is awesome. But quickly went down to like 40 and then 10 megabits per second. Like, what is going on? I restarted Steam just to see if it was being wonk. And came back up and went back up to like 40. But then went back down to 10. I'm like, what? So I thought, I'm going to see what... I have 2 things waiting to update. Borderlands 4 wanted an update. And Marvel Fighters, whatever that game's called. The one everyone's playing on the Twitch. So still need to try it. I've installed it ages ago now. I haven't even opened it once. But it had an update. So did Borderlands 4. I did the Borderlands 4 one first. It comes in. It's about a gigabyte and a half, and it downloads at around 350 megabits per second the entire time. Pretty solid. It just like across the board cleans itself through and installs immediately. I'm like, well, that was good. Okay. And then it came up next was the Marvel Legends thing. It downloaded at 500 megabits per second. And then its install speed on my 3X SSD was 10 megabits per second. Now, earlier, not too long ago, I installed a game, downloaded at 500 megabits per second, and it was installing at 500 megabits per second on my hard drive. This game downloaded at 500 megabits per second and then was installing at 10. I pushed that off to the side and I was like, all right, we'll go back to the other thing. I let the 2 Sniper Elites finish before I went to bed. And they occasionally would pop up faster speeds and did get done. But I was like, what was going on? Steam definitely limits your download rates for some reason. I hate that. Especially on certain older games. It's like, no, you're going to get this at slow motion. Vanishes in the cloud of mist. No, Miss Echo, we don't need you to vanish. We love you. I appreciate you whether or not you show up visibly in stream or whether or not you're here in chat. I love you when I see you in other people's chats. You're very important and very special. Thank you for just being you, okay? Thank you for being amazing, Miss Echo.
I'm curious.
Boop.
Did that game, the Sniper Elite you've been playing last night, did they not add the X-ray mode until later, or did you turn that off because of Twitch?
Didn't know if it was there or not, so I never even knew to look for it.
Eventually, if you shot people, it would show the bullet actually going through them.
Nice. I didn't know I had a zoom function until like the very last things I was shooting.
So I'm assuming either they don't do it till later, like the other 2 games, or...
It could be, because this was only 2, and now they might have 5 out if I saw the ads right, but they definitely have 3 and 4 because we have those. They're in our homework list.
Because the one after that one, eventually, either it's not in that one and it's in later ones, but if you shot one of the guys, it would go through them. When you see the bullet traveling, it'll actually show it going through somebody's head, through guys.
Nice.
And in the later ones, if you shot somebody in the hoo-ha, it'd tell you that you got that shot. It actually gives you more points for doing that than getting the headshot.
Nice. Fluffs up your pillow on your light post. Aw, thank you, Nepal, for doing that. And Miss Echo is trying again. Good luck. I said I accepted it, so hopefully it goes through. I will say Sniper Elite 2 was actually a lot of fun in co-op mode. I legit had a really great time with Nepal last night. I wasn't sure how much I'd like it, being it's a more realistic type shooter game. Go find Miss Echo. She's somewhere. Homework.
Okie
Go
dokie.
fetch puppy. But Sniper Elite 2 was really fun. The story in general was good enough. It was there. It serviced what we needed to do. It gave us a reason to do things. The weapons were actually legitimately nice. I liked how they controlled. The shooting mechanics were great. The only thing I wish was better was when you're out of aim mode, like in third person shoot mode with, say, a machine gun or something. I wish that you had a little bit better of an aim situation with that stuff. But I mean, that's a tiny nitpick because, to be honest, I rarely had a reason to be out of sniper mode in that game. And that's a good thing for what it is. The pegging systems were amazing. Even the way you got to blow up vehicles by taking out their gas tanks, that was pretty darn cool. I sent a guide puppy to go find Miss Echo. Hopefully they come back. I see a guide puppy, and I see a Miss Echo.
Puppy.
Here they come, waddling down the hill. She gets the funniest looks from all the pups and kids. Hey, hey, it's Miss Echo. People say she's oughtin' around, but she's too busy prettying to put anybody down. She's just trying to be friendly. Some sing on key. I can't go that high, but I'm happy to see you. Hi, Miss Echo.
Hello.
Love you. You good girl. Mwah.
Boy dog. Boy pupper.
Would never have found this spot. Oh, yeah, sorry. I picked a weird place to be. Girl puppy.
Yeah, I ran over. He said boy puppy, and I'm like, boobs.
Puppy.
Bunny.
Currently Benoit. This is facts.
Bunny.
I failed at La Punnying because I didn't have a La Punny anymore. I gave that avatar slot up.
Yeah.
But now we have...
Oh, no.
We have a beautiful Miss Echo. Mine did?
Yeah, I'm assuming, because you should have extra slots. You should have it.
Well, I didn't... I had deleted ages ago.
Oh, right.
You can tell if I saw VRC Plus if I have an extra circle by my head.
You don't.
It gone then. I guess I'm no longer Verkerd Plus.
I might swap my Discord Nitro for VRChat Plus, though.
Probably a better option.
Because Discord's being silly.
I wonder, it says this list is temporarily locked. Your avatars are saved, but you cannot switch to them till you resubscribe to the VRC Plus. Oh. Okay.
Upside, you still have your group. You just can't change the picture of your group.
Don't care that much. I picked a good picture.
Oh. Shit, I'm not representing the right group.
Yeah, you're representing some little spacine.
Hey, little Spacey needs help too, I guess.
She does. Beta Mink
We
went
need to
squeak.
help the littles.
You're a littles.
No.
Small.
Lies.
No. There, I think that'll help. We had a tall drink of water there. I didn't want her head to be all cut off by the border. Now they can all see your pretty, blushing, smiling face.
Yeah.
This is important. You know why? Know why? Know why? Know why? Know why? Because you're special. That's my Miss Echo.
Is that a blushy face or is it sunburned?
You're not just an otter. You're a Miss Echo.
No, this is just an otter. Just a sunburn. The blushy face, it looks like a light sunburn.
Nah,
I get the same sunburn sometimes too.
it's pretty blush. Nah, because she's blushing. Because she's blushy. That's how she is. Special, Miss Zoe. Love you, Miss Echo. You're a good girl. Remember, everybody, Miss Echo is special and important.
Yes. So are you.
You're a pretty girl.
So are you.
I'm just Caddie.
And you're a special good girl. I'm almost at 120 watch streak. We both know how special you are.
Nah, I'm just Caddie.
If I've put up with your shit 120 streams, you must be doing something right.
That just means you've minimally showed up for 120 of my streams and stuck around for at least 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I still not for 5 minutes because I'm always talking in your streams.
Yeah, true. But I'm saying to keep the stream streak, that's all you have to do. Boop. Boop.
You do say as you're almost entertaining.
I am almost entertaining. Nah, almost. Pretty darn close. I'm nearly entertaining.
I don't know.
Quite close to entertaining.
Other people would probably agree with me that you are entertaining.
Nah, because I think I'm one of those people, and I don't agree.
You're still outnumbered at that point. 15-1.
Nah.
15-1. I'm gonna have to go find Nepal.
Yes, little puppy girl, please go fetch. And if you're curious, this world is way more complicated than just this, because you can see across the pond probably. There's another island over there. It doesn't end this point either. You can actually walk that far. I love this world because it is both green and blue dot, and it is huge without being too data huge. I don't know what they did. Well, probably a lot of like reused texture things like this grass. They're probably not individually saved, but just like re-referencing the grass element. Did I bring up my football bat idea before? No, but I'm intrigued by your logic. I feel like football could use a bat since it doesn't use feet well enough anyway. Might as well use a bat. There's my Rena. Hi, beautiful. I did one of my 3 main homework assignments before I see you on Thursday.
Oh.
I did my taxes. I needed to do grown-up things, and that's one of them.
Sorry if you heard a certain noise in the background when I talk.
What, meow meow kitty? Aww.
Yes.
Hi, Gage. Good boy.
Aww.
Hi, Gage. Good boy. Who's good boy?
Happy on my lap and purring right now.
Uh-huh.
He is being good currently.
Yay.
Time to bring up that joke again because it's funny.
So I have 2 homework assignments. You're not allowed to notice if I fail to do either of them. Vacuum is one of them. The other one is I need to clean out the drains in both the master bathroom and the hall bathroom. They're draining too slow.
Details. Oh, Caddie. She ain't gonna be able to go because Gage is taking over her lap.
This is true.
You can't go. Why not?
Because there's a cat gravity on you. Cat is happy. You're not allowed to leave.
That's the rule. He'll get bitey eventually. He always does.
And then his time on the lap has ended.
And then he's gonna go.
I wonder if her contact points count to each other. No, I can't nose boop in your nose boop. However, I was able to walk in your paw.
And activate your butt.
There, I got one. Okay, I have fun priorities, one of which apparently is running my butt into people's hands. All right, let me move the camera again now that we're all 4 here.
Sounds like an excuse to make me slap your ass.
See, did I do that right? Yeah, Nepal is not being Mike Wazowski'd. Miss Echo's only getting ear Wazowski'd a little bit. Her face is still pretty visible. It's about as good as I can manage. I'm doing my best. Expressions, body. Here. I'll help. There, now I'm not blocking Miss Echo's face. Because I don't want to block that cute otter face.
Well, and especially cute otter, such an amazing person.
Yeah, she definitely is. Very amazing. Very sweet. Very wonderful. Very odd. And definitely, Miss Echo, I apologize. The only way you're ever going to get to see Fopsy in person on my streams, you'd have to be here pretty early. Because when she wants to come in, it's definitely not a late stream. Yeah. As long as it's not too dirty of a story there, Betamink, you're welcome to do so. Hey, Chrysler, welcome in. I see you peeking. We have a full house again.
Yeah, but it sounds like Gage is not allowing you to leave ever, so you have to get a set there and figure out how. You're gonna have to go later.
He's being adult right now, and I'm happy for that.
If you have an
Unless
if you
have a box for him to go.
Numerous.
Now, if you have a spare empty Pepsi bottle, you can do the trucker mode of go. Just saying. We have options.
You do the late gamer, you just have a tube leading up to it, then you can go.
Nah. Gamers just wear gamer pants, then they can as much as they want.
That took me far too long to get. Thank you, Miss Echo.
And if it's too cold, and if you're cold, don't worry, you'll be warm after you go. Nice and warm. Free leg warmer.
And Nepal has been broken. That took us, what? 5 minutes?
She has to step away before she goes.
It's in general FA. Cool beans. Well, I'll let that be there.
You know, this is a cute Pichu, and all we do is use it to make jokes.
The Renamon will be missed. She's back.
What?
You. Oi.
What?
Besides, that Renamon wouldn't stay away for long. She's one of my most available mods.
I feel called out here. And then somebody in chat says, "I'll be right back. I gotta." Somebody in chat just gets up and's like, "Sorry, I'll be right back. I gotta go." Because we're subconsciously attacking them.
That really took me far too long to get.
We'll educate Nepal about later.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure I get it now.
We'll take it to the ancient Tibetan monks that teach all about.
Wasn't there a movie called The Life of?
The monks
It's pronounced pie, but that's beside the point.
Lana, Caddie.
Hmm.
The monks that live in Machu Picchu. If you want to use, I think Echo's trying to. Her hands are broken, meaning she had to step away for a minute.
No, the cat, I'm trying to see. He got off my lap because my husband got up. I'm trying to see if he wants back on my lap.
Hi, the husband. And Chrysler wants an whoa. Oh, whoa, sweet raccoon. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa.
Nope, down.
I hope it was a good pun. I am sure it was. I don't click on links when I'm streaming, though, so I can look later. And a 90-second ad has started. For all of those of you trapped in ads, I'm sorry. For anyone not trapped in ads, I'm not sorry.
I mean, for those that are gonna ask, they don't have time to go.
True. Only if they can, in a minute and a half, take a.
Depends on how long they were holding it. And then at that point, it might be a long. Like after you go to the movies.
Oh my god. My Infinity War. I bolted as soon as the regular credits started, but I made it back before the cookie at the end of the first set of credits.
Yeah.
I was proud of me. I literally was like, okay. I was prone on the edge of my chair. I was ready for it. As soon as the credits started rolling, I USAG bolted it out. We were near the exit aisle. Cruised straight out. I was wearing all pink and I was heading into the men's room. Someone was like, "You're in the wrong restroom." I'm like, "No, I'm not." Jetted in there, closed the stall door because I got in there before everybody else. Took a good hard wee and jetted back in there.
And that's why Bingo and Bluey had come up with a tactical.
A tactical.
Then you don't have to worry about it later.
It was so weird when I went outside and it was 70 today, though. After all that cold weather, I've been so used to barely hitting 40 most the hotter days to like 70. What? Because I checked just before I saw it was clear out. So like I'm grilling. I don't care how cold it is, but I looked at my phone like that can't be right. I looked at the whole day. And I'm like, oh my god, that is right.
Yeah, and then like middle of Wisconsin this weekend it's gonna be like cold and like 6 inches of snow. So.
But remember, before you put on your winter gear, you make sure you take a.
I mean, generally.
I had to open my window. Oh my. We haven't quite got to that point yet. But yeah. I went outside without a jacket and I'm like, whoa. This doesn't feel right.
I'm pretty sure the original creator never intended this avatar to be used the way we're using it right now.
It is doing a very good job. It's accenting one of my favorite words, which is then again, I have, in case anyone needs a little in there. And I have butt slap on.
Oh, wait. Caddie, turn around. When you're done, you can go.
Oh, so first I go, and then I...
Yes.
And this is the rest of the stream, apparently.
The rest of the stream is just...
You got this for another hour.
Doctor, I can't stop going.
The worst part is I am actually trying to not go right now. Because I don't want to have to take a break.
It's like, doctor, I can't stop going. Fine, we'll prescribe you some.
Hello, other cad pig. Welcome in, little fox. How are you doing, sweetie? That moat looks very sad. That looks like a very sad corgi, okay? You doing all right, little buddy? Aw, why are you so sad? Can we make you happy? I'll do a happy making dance.
We're gonna make you happy.
Yeah, that. My family is still at it. Aw, I'm sorry, sweetie. Well, hopefully that they don't do too much to bug you, and you can have a happy space again soon. I want a happy other cad pig, 'cause you're a wonderful fluff, and you deserve happy too. 'Kay, buddy? Give you lots of pop rubs. Yeah, and free kissy. Meow, 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 meow. Pretty Rana.
Lovely.
Pretty Otter. Pretty. And then there's Caddie.
Pretty P. Pretty P.
They still think I have to follow all their rules when they don't take issues into consideration. Well, I can't say one way or the other as I'm not present at the location and I'm not privy to all of what's going on. But hopefully between you and them, you can find some peace and come to an agreement where everybody is amicable in the situation. Sounds like my family. You know. And Miss Echo is wonderful and doesn't deserve sad points either. Got it? You deserve happies too. And loves and wonderfulnesses, 'cause you're a good girl. Okay. I love my Miss Echo.
Remember, a healthy snack is a BJ. B&J.
They also think I have to clean up all messes that they make in the kitchen when I almost never eat in there. I'm supposed to jump to help them 90% of the time. I ask them for something and goes crickets. How dare. Well, to be a buns advocate there for you, other cad pig, I don't know the entire situation. I can't wait to move out. I feel you, Miss Echo. If that is like one of the main chores that they leave for you to do, that might be why they're doing what they do. But can't talk right now because of how stressed I am. I understand. But I understand your feelings, and I apologize that you're not getting to feel loved and appreciated the way you want to be. I definitely don't want to claim to understand your situation 100%. I'm from the internets from far, far away. It's one of those things, you know. I am way too outside of the situation to help too much because I can only hear your side of the situation, and I'm not there to see the situation, just to hear your side. But hopefully everything does clear up to an amicable situation for everyone involved. They literally said that it's my job to clean up their messes, and they don't at all clean up after themselves when they're done eating. Fair. Okay. What other tasks do they get to do? Stuck in audio loops. Oh, I hate when that happens. I'm sorry. Well, do the others have jobs? They just leave it on the counters and blame me for having roaches. Okay, well, what other chores do they do? If your job is to clean the kitchen, do they each have chores? Or do they have jobs where they have to leave the house and go do work? Because to some extent, everything does have to become a give and take situation. All I keep hearing is, I'm not there, so am relate. Yes, but they don't do them every day. Well, that's still a thing. They have a task and you have a task. But do you have other chores you have to do, or is that the only one that's your chore, is to clean up the kitchen? I do my fair share, but they complain and nitpick everything I do. Again, I can't be 100% sure on everything that's going on there directly, because, again, I'm only hearing your side of the story, and right now you're definitely in an emotional state, so I can't say that I'm going to get a good, clear picture of what all's going on. Also, definitely not a psychiatrist. But yeah, maybe talk to them and see if they can come to understanding one way or the other about the quality of the work you're doing, or the quantity thereof compared to the quantity/quality of the work they're doing. If your only main chore is to clean the kitchen, and they have job outside of the house where they're earning money, that would definitely put a little onus on you to, keep up on the cleaning the kitchen kind of thing. I have, but they blame me of playing to the victim. I'm sorry, sweetie. Sounds like they're forced into a maid role. Now, I purposefully take up the role of primary, I know, maid. I understand. I take up the role of house husband as much as I can, because my job is a lot less regular job-ish. So I do everything I can to cook and clean in the kitchen and help keep track of that stuff for Fopsy and me. I do my best as the less winner of the breads to help do more around the house and help support our family. I told my doctor, and he's got called shortly after. Don't say out loud, they don't know. Yeah. Well, I don't like when people have to feel like they are like slaves/maids. That's how bad it is. But I can understand you feeling in a certain way about a situation, but I can't necessarily understand the situation completely. Every relationship is a certain level of give and take, but I don't want to make assumptions on what is right and wrong in any given situation. I do feel bad for you, but I don't have an answer as to which is the right things. Hi. Sure, y'all, time for Mink to sleep. Perhaps it'll work out this night. Good night, Beta Mink. You rest well, you sweet little tube critter. Get some sleepies. Me am moving, by the way. Oh, you're moving. Oh, cool. Getting a nice place to yourself, or moving with friends? Nothing wrong either direction. When I moved out of my parents' house, I moved in first with friends, then I moved in with another friend, and then with other friends, and then Fopsy and I got an apartment together. I don't think I've never actually lived alone. I'm moving by yourself. Ooh, good luck. Hopefully you do okay with that. It's a lot of work keeping up your own household.
Look this up.
I move in with adopted sis when she moves here. Oh, you're moving with your sister. Okay, well then you're at least not alone. So you have someone to talk to in your house. Well, that's cool. So the two of you can have a place to yourselves. No adopted. She lives in Canada. Okay. It's good to know you'll never have to deal with those jerks again. Well, they are family, so you're going to still deal with them in some respect. Just you don't have to be the kitchen help in that house. But I don't want to take sides on anything.
Family isn't always blood.
True dat, yo. True dat. I will still love them. That's good. A lot of my found family is people that I'm not directly physically related to. But my sister is still family. My dad's still family. Aunt Sharon and my cousin Adrian are still family. I'm just scared I'm going to have a heart attack here. Definitely don't do that. That's bad. That's definitely not a fun situation. Because of all the weed they smoke inside. Is it legal in the state you live in? I get stressed by weed. Funny, it's usually supposed to do the opposite effect. That's the mellower.
There's a very small percentage of people that has the opposite reaction or opposite effect, and it is weird that when it happens.
Interesting. Well, that's kind of neat. Yes and no. I'm disabled.
I can see that effect if you're allergic to it.
So my brain's wired differently. Makes sense. Well, hey, we're not all the same. Meow.
No, we definitely are not.
Remind me of a joke from a comedian that we should not only make weed legal, we need to make it mandatory. Someone's having road rage, they get pulled over by a cop, and you're like growling at the wheel. Hey man, you have to take a hit of this right now. Oh, thanks. I don't know what I was thinking. I feel so great now. Wonder what store sells the Funyuns around here.
See, I honestly don't know how it would affect me.
I don't either till I do it, and I don't really have a need to do it. I'm messed up enough as it is. I don't feel like I need to have a drugs.
Hey,
I
Caddie.
mean, that's what the alcohol's for.
Yeah.
You know that Cuddle World last week?
Yeah.
How that little iPad thing can give you a clone?
Yeah.
Cuddle shot. I'm in a BC with Lana. She thought it was me and you as my avatar hugging each other because I took a picture of me and the clone hugging. She thought it was just me and you.
Nice.
And then she thought it was me and Ryder hugging, and I'm like, one, I'd have to let him use my avatar, and two.
Yeah. Sadly, my bro-in-law, sis and bro-in-law, no believe. They accuse me of lying. Why am I getting nothing but spinning ad bars? Sorry. When you're not subscribed now on Twitch, There's a lot of ad bars besides the regular ads, too. I'm not in control of any of that, and I certainly hope I at least get paid for it, because they show up on my stream. Remember, Lana's a little baby and doesn't understand things.
True. He is baby.
Very. I don't speak Spanish at all. Oh, you said Spanish. I didn't read your typo right. I don't speak Spanish at all. Oh, I get Spanish ads on YouTube all the time. I don't get it. I don't speak Spanish. Yo no hablo Sky Rizzy. Boah. Zelda's ads are 3 minutes. Yeah.
I am Sky Rizzy the Magnificent.
I am, however, a good girl, Nepal. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl, Bun Bun, here trying to help make everyone feel okay.
Boy, our fun.
Yes, you are.
Tú no hablo español. Sí, yo hablo muy pequeño español. No bueno. Muy no bueno.
And Miss Echo is an amazing otter, amazing moderator.
Miss Echo.
And looks absolutely adorable in that really awesome hoodie.
Miss Echo es muy linda.
Yeah.
It's an Arflin. It are. Hablo un poco de español. Sí. Okay, Nepal, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out what that noise was. It was some upstairs, okay.
Ah.
Apparently, boy, our fun.
Jack, I'm a good girl, man.
Yes, you are. Other cat big is looking pretty happy at the moment with a boop. I'm just a girl. You're just a girl in love, waiting for you. You're just a pretty girl, a wonderful girl, a sweet girl, a muy linda girl, a nice girl, a wonderful mama type, very caring, very protective, and you do a very good job of being a wonderful otter. Boop Nepal, you know what? I'll take that one. Boop. I have Boop Nepal.
I'm okay with this.
You could find someone else pretty quickly, nothing special. No. No, I trust you. Do you know how hard that is to acquire? I trust you. That's not a somebody else kind of situation. Caddie, my adopted sis, put my Sona in a dress. Perfect. I'm okay with that.
Now I gotta put Nepal in a dress.
Don't worry, I'll take care of that this week.
The frilliest, the better.
I'm going to make her try on my new maid dress. I'm a boy. In this house, all boy plushies are probably wearing dresses. Just saying.
What about girl plushies?
They're allowed to wear pants if they want.
What about boy
Yeah,
Arflins?
that checks out.
Dresses only. Miss Echo. Miss Echo. You're wonderful. You're a sweetheart. I always smile when I see you, every single time. Not just here, everywhere I get to see you.
Only for boys, got it.
You do a great job. You're a special wonder fluff. You care too much. That's your biggest problem. And that's not a real problem. And I appreciate how much you worry about whether or not you're here at every single minute. But you know what? It's okay. I appreciate every minute you are here. Because every minute you are here, you make my stream better, make my day better. You make every day better. And you always, always make me feel happier. So thank you, Miss Echo, for being such a good girl.
Alright, good Justin. I'm happy.
Good boy. By the way, where in YouTube's featured list for me yesterday? Oh, nice. Sweet. I got in the featured list. Yay. Hopefully it was a good video. Myrrh. Yay. I think it's as close to a password I can get out of you. That's a good girl, Miss Echo. That's a very good girl.
Yeah. Dress you could put Nepal in.
It was my Mewtwo in a short dress. Nice.
Victorian fluffy frilly dress from the Victorian era. Like giant poofy.
I have giant poofy. It's not Victorian, but it is giant poofy.
Like Queen Elizabeth level of big poofy.
I have one that's hard to go through doorways in.
There we go.
Don't worry. I got this. Oh, don't give me that tongue. You know you'll love it. Besides, you have a product you have to try on once you get here. That's your problem after your visit.
I failed to say this is a problem.
No, that's your problem. You have to take them home. Get them out of my living room.
Well, that's just darn.
I know. So mean.
Will I survive?
I hope you have space in your car to take it home.
I really hope I would, yeah.
Either that, I'm like gonna strap them to your license plate. Welcome back, other Cad Big. I hope the ad wasn't too oppressive or too Spanish or Japanese. Also, after I'd watched a few Japanese videos on the YouTube, I was getting ads in Japanese for a bit. That was fun. I don't know what I did to get the Spanish ones because I don't watch anything in Spanish or even like by Spanishy people. So I have no idea. I blame YouTube. It's weird. But you know what I don't blame? I don't blame Miss Echo. Because she's not weird. She's a good girl. Eepy, other Caddie? Well, you get some eepies then. Go curl up in your bed. Oh, me? Oh, I'm going to be doing that all night. I'm not going to actually be sleeping for another hour. Oh, wait. 40 minutes will get me to 1. 2 hours and 40-ish minutes, give or take. Part of that does come down to talking a lot. The body does eventually get the reflex action to suck in more air, do more air circulation. So yes, yawning is actually a large part of talking too much. Nepal is growling. She does that. Miss Echo is making cute noises.
Sorry.
Miss Echo is cute.
You actually want attention now?
Oh, glowing. Nepal is glowing. Yes, she is very sporkly. That's my sporkle, Rena.
That is because of a certain Fopsy.
Mm-hmm. Fopsy made your avatar extra sporkle.
Just like your ears.
Yes. And she also gave me at least one attack so far.
Diamond Storm.
Yes.
Hug her. Okay. Apparently you deserve hugs. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Deal with it, nerd. There.
I think I can deal with it.
That's my good little hero requester.
I'm looking forward to continuing that.
You, the girl squad, and the one boy are going to go back to going through the dungeons.
Oh god, that was so funny.
Yes. Yes, it was. Ugh.
Oh boy.
Oh, I said I hug her? Well, I hugged her for you. Took care of that. That way you can feel the hug from here. Besides, I like hugging her. And this one, too. Also cute. And I definitely was hugging Miss Echo a good bit, so that's definitely visibly seen. There, hug to Silly Lily, whatever it is she is currently.
Free Abby, I found.
Okay.
Call an XP.
Silly Lily is a free.
No, it's called an XP. It's free on Gumroad.
An XB.
Yeah.
And hello, Foyumi Scion. Welcome in, and cute little dancy critter. Audio loop again? Littering and smoking the reefer. Dungeon's very caring. And this one too. Fixed itself. Oh, I got to go night-night, Caddie, Nepal, and everyone. Yay, good night, sweet other cad pig. Local goodbyes from Nepal, Miss Echo, me, and Silver Lily. Crystal Lily. The silly one. You're a good silly Lily. And yay for corgi hugging cork moats. And boopins. And the boopings in the boop. Nick Dog. Goodness gracious. Thank you for the raid.
Unless Miss Echo, do you want to do it?
Let me try.
When I got follows. Shoot, I'm missing those. I'm distracted. Otho Derp, thank you for the follow. There we go. You're playing VR chat. Nick Dog, thank you for following, rating. Thank you for having, I hope you had fun in VR chat. Let me go to the thingy, because I can see. What, can I scroll that way? Good. Scrolly. And you followed me a minute ago. I apologize, you can't say anything for a minute. And Otho Derp also followed. Yay! I really need to turn that 10-minute thing off. I feel like it's not as important anymore. You'll be able to speak in 10 minutes. I apologize. If you have to raid and run before then, I understand. Oh, the 10-minute kill-off thing?
Yeah, I fixed it.
Ah, cool. Maxie, welcome in, Maxie. Dancy, 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 dancy.
Someone says we were having some issues with people being butts.
Yeah, it was. I haven't had a problem in a while, and I kind of wanted to turn it off before my birthday stream next week, so. Aw, Dancy Dancy happy little Maxie. You're such a sweetie. And there, Otho can talk now. Welcome in, Otho. Got up and seen you on. Yay! Well, good morning, sweet little Maxie. How are you doing, little Nova Beeper? You're such a pretty boy. But, Nick Dog, you are free to chat now. You are a follower, so you are no longer limited. I am very tired. I'm very tired about you. That sounds about right for just waking up. But you're just waking up now. I know it's 12:30 here. What time is it there? Because isn't that like go to bedtime and you're just waking up? Is Phantom there? Nah, he was here earlier though. We were playing Twinsies. Avatar. Switch back to that one. Uploaded. Cellophane. Him and I were playing Twinsies with the Silvafen. 12:30 a.m. Yes, that's go to bedtime, not wake up. Maxie, you're starting to work on writer fluff hours there. Yeah, I had my Phantom fluff here for a while. He's such a good boy. And I promise I don't call him the C word. I'm very good about that. Oh, said something. Oh, I'll let swear words. I don't mind that. My work and busy life effed up my schedule. How dare it? How very dare it F up your schedule? That is so mean. I like when my schedule's less effed up. Granted, I mess it up myself quite enough. I stay up too late and then sleep in, but worst case scenario, I end up doing more things in the evening before I sleep, as opposed to when I wake up that day. Give and take situation. Anyway, glad you're doing well. I am doing quite well, sweet Maxie, and I hope you're doing good. I do hop in and lurk on your streams a lot, even if I don't say something, so I'm seeing you. You're a good boy. Oh, do me a favor. Nepal, give Maxie a shout out too.
Yes.
There we go.
That's important.
I put a link to this avatar in arts and crafts.
Nice. Good girl.
And it's free.
I'm down for free.
So who knows what Foxy can do to it?
I lurk
Maybe
whenever.
it's more adorable than it is.
Nah. I lurk. Oh, thank you for lurking, sweet Maxie. I appreciate. Now, everybody who isn't already, please go be a dear and follow Maxie. He's also a sweetheart. I already poached things from him, so share back love to him. I stole one of his. I borrowed one of his mods. They're mine now too. No, you followed. Good girl, Miss Echo. Good girl. Ha! Gotcha, Maxie. How long are you going to be on for? Probably about 29-ish more minutes. Monday nights, it seems my personal limit's about 1-ish. I start at 7 p.m.
Almost like wearing a heater on your face taxes you.
Oh, I run out of things to say, and my controllers go down to about 20% at that point, so I'm at limits. Was going to ask if you joined.
ADHD. Listen to boobs too.
It does. Well, you're free to come in if you're going to be here in the next half hour, but after that, Caddie's going to be exploded. My brain is. We're already at half hour to go, which means My brain's already 90% pudding, but I go till 1 usually because I'm still having fun. Also, then I still have to pick a raid target, which is very important.
Yeah, that might be a thing.
I have a few on my list already that I'm thinking about. Big stretch. Oh, that was a good one. Tonight's actually been a really good stream, I can say that for sure.
Two ideas.
Oh, which ideas do you got?
I was thinking Kid Ryan 89.
I don't know that one.
He's a good bean.
Okay.
Cookies TV or Zero Frames.
Cookies and Zero are definitely friends. They can be on the concept list here at the moment. Thinking very hard. Timmy definitely can't get raided. His mods turn his raids off after a certain point at night, and I definitely stretch past his certain point that he's supposed to still be up.
How do we turn off raids?
I have no idea.
I was looking at that. It's a command we can do. We should be able to do.
But you don't need to do that, because...
I'm just curious.
Do you want to do that for, say, a Miss Zoe? Did you want to do that for daycare and stuff? Make sure she doesn't get raided during her last, 20 minutes or whatever, so she can escape?
Probably a good idea.
Oh, thank you, Miss Echo. Cute kobold. Yes, did say cute kobold. Very cute kobold.
Cute kobold.
Guess what, Cad? I'm getting something new soon. Exclamation raid off. We don't have to turn it off. We're okay. I allowed them to be on.
I was just trying. Just trying to figure it out.
It's all good. Clap on. Clap off. Clap on, clap off. The clapper. I'm saving up for Veep. Oh, snap. Well, I'm on often enough. You probably can lurk the heck out of that if you catch me. I have 1 day a week I don't stream at this point. So if you notice me early enough, you got a lot of points you can grind in. I have a handful of people I'm currently saving for said Veep on at the moment, too. One of which I'm currently lurking on right now while I'm streaming, because I'm cool like that. I'm only at 10k, won't take long. If you keep watching often enough, it won't take long. The clap on apparently directly to the forehead. Oh, head on, apply directly to the forehead. 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 Head on. Which still amused me was actually a thing.
Oh, no, it's a bit. I wasn't sure if I was stuck in an audio loop again.
Yeah, I was making fun of the head-on stuff. Meow. Very meow. I am definitely getting tired, I'll say that for sure. You playing with your boobs?
No.
Look like it.
No? What? No, I would never. Nope.
Okay, then I will.
It looks like that is a desktop command.
Okay, then.
I'm not being a goober, nope.
Later.
If I'm gonna get a paragraph, I'm gonna earn it. Also,
I hear a zipper.
I was playing with a squeaker and a booby at the same time. I was well entertained.
You know what? Look what you did.
Your eyes went cross. Isn't that a
Look what
setting?
she did to me, Nepal. Look what she did to me.
I don't think anything different.
As well.
Alright, BRB needs something. If I don't see you after then, good night. Well, potentially good night, little Maxi Fluff. You're a good boy. And a cutie. And if he was already AFK, he can't argue that.
I don't know. He called you a cutie.
I called him a cutie. I deny that fact that I'm a cutie.
Ah, you admitted it earlier.
That was then, not now. I'm not cute. Maxie, yes you are. You're super cute. Now, Phantom's not cute. You're cute.
Phantom is adorable.
Phantom is fabulous.
That too.
So
And
if another moderator calls him the C word, does it become a war?
no, they just get the death stare. Which don't incur the death stare. Heck,
That one accidentally did it earlier.
I've gotten the death stare. It was completely non-knowing it was Phantom, so that's fine. You're fine. You're not in trouble.
Just don't do it again.
Well, I mean, you can't, if you don't know someone is someone and you say something like that, they can't be at fault for that. That's not even a fault situation. That's not even a strike one. That's you literally didn't know, you can't know. And she was specifically asking who that was, in which case that is the fairest way a question can be. So Phantom wasn't mad about it, and I'm not mad about it. I think the only one's probably kicking themselves is the one that's sitting here right now, and she doesn't deserve to because I'm not. No one's mad about it. Got it?
No.
Mwah. You know what? I love you. Also, I defend you. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Okay? And you're super loved. Okay?
Yeah.
Mwah. And if you're here within the first half hour, you're definitely not late. Them's the rules.
Yeah, we're not stingy like Walmart.
I make the rules here. This is my stream. So, for you, since you seem to think 2 minutes is late, I will let you know that only a half hour is late. Ha, I win.
In that case, I was incredibly late.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not worried about that, so we're good.
Hypothetically, I was late.
You don't work here.
I'm an honorary mod. I'm the Tattletale mod. I tell the actual mods what's going on.
You are a good little at that. I am going to switch it up a little bit.
You end up DMing me and Nepal. This person called me a meanie.
There.
Try that, Kobo.
Now I'm a kobold too.
You don't have the angel halo.
I don't need a halo. I'm a demon.
Does that mean I'm a good girl?
No, that doesn't make you a good girl.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, Nepal. Okay. Look at Silly Lily. Where do you have to shoot to blow her up?
Yeah.
Okay, we're agreeing on that.
What?
What? It's joke related to last night. And thank you, Box Blitch. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. And hydrate. A box glitch. Got it. I will take that hydrate. Sorry, sometimes I'll try to read that above my head. It's the weird font. I ain't party faked.
I honestly thought that G was a 6.
I thought it was a B when I was looking above my head at OBS. By the way, so just in case I couldn't get to my desktops tonight, I made an OBS instance for myself in my overlays. It is literally above my head. So when I need to end stream, I have a button right above my face.
Just don't accidentally touch it.
So far, I've not had that problem yet tonight, so we're good. Miss Echo's giggling. Has that problem. Boop. Hold on, let me get my sniper rifle out. I want to make it go explode. Boop. 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 Boop.
Oh. I thought you were talking about the... Well, I'm already dead. See, I'm an angel.
You have the bright shiny red hubcap on your boob. That's where the gas tank is, therefore that's where you shoot. You mean you weren't watching us play the sniper game last night?
I was. It took me a minute to realize what you're talking about.
He.
It took me a minute, okay.
After last night, I was trained to look for the shiny red circles on things and shoot at them. Game trained me.
The fact that you were hitting them without zooming in was impressive.
I didn't know I could zoom in. Also, I wasn't.
That honestly is. That honestly is kind of my fault.
What, that I didn't know to zoom in?
He was getting off gas tank shots on things of the size of a pinhead. It was.
Honestly, I didn't mention anything because I thought you would figured out how to zoom in, but
because in
oops.
most every other shooting game I've played, if scroll wheel does anything, that's cycle weapons, not zoom in.
That's fair.
So why would I attempt to cycle weapons when I'm zoomed in scope mode? Also, we've discussed
That's fair.
the amount of skill I have with actual guns. So, yeah. That's why I was that good without figuring out how to zoom in.
Even better in 3 and 4 then.
Yeah. It's almost like easy mode.
And it's weird, Nepal. The one you guys played last night, there was no X-ray mode for the bullets, like in the later games.
Yeah, apparently some of the kill shots will do an X-ray thing instead of just looking at them getting shot in slow-mo.
Yeah, that game has it. I don't know. It was showing them for some of my shots were doing that. We're giving
Maybe
it that.
maybe he don't know how to turn it on.
Or I didn't know I needed to turn it on. I don't know.
I thought it was default, yeah.
Or maybe it's a glitch thing.
I'm going to go with a... Oh.
Maybe monkey with the options next time.
But you know what? I enjoyed the game. So even if I didn't see that specific death cam function, dear God, that game was amazing. That was way, way better than I was expecting it to be.
It's when I didn't think I would like it at first myself, but I tried it. It's like ooh, this is actually really nice.
The fact
You get bonus points for. Go ahead.
The fact that the snipers actually have a very clean, realistic feeling function. I think one of my biggest complaints about sniping in Borderlands is if you have someone that's not like super skilled or you have a gun that isn't super balanced, you get like super Bob gun. But in this, it was like, no, you have a trained sniper who's working with a rifle. He's calm. Yes, it goes a little with his breath, but he's basically calm mode.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a lot closer to real me, so yes. Getting shots at 200 some meters, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I really, legitimately, I love that it became a contest between you and I.
Yeah, you were getting so much better shots, and I didn't know to zoom in. So, take that.
The fact that you were getting the scores of shots you were without zooming in, that's impressive.
Been firing guns for 37 years now. I initially was handed the 22 on a range with open sights, no scope. And because it was being set up for people setting their deer rifles, they couldn't put a target up any closer than, I think it was 50 yards. So I first was firing a gun at 50 yards at a paper target with open sights. Now I have things with scopes. I am way more dangerous. And then there's the thing in the closet that I'm babysitting for the commander.
Yeah.
Yeah. Between that and the technology banner next to the bed, I think our house is pretty safe.
Yeah.
Dad and Grandma taught me how to take a squirrel's head off with a shotgun. I could do this. I know I got a bog for that, but that was actually from hunter training.
Yes, we're getting a little too violent this stream.
I will try not to be.
The Twitch gods to ban you.
I will be better. I'll try not to be a bad boy, Miss Echo. Thank you.
I don't think the Twitch gods take it either.
Oh, and by the way, I'm not sure if you remember me saying, but you get you get more points for nut shots than you do headshots.
Noted.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, there's one I think it's 3. There's one person I would love to do that to.
To see if it's true, if he only has one.
Supposedly, yes.
Good news though, Sniper Elites 3 and 4 are fully installed and ready to go theoretically. Unless there's a remastered version of either of those that you actually have and I need to have a different version. Just saying.
Nope, you should be
Super
good.
spanky new amazing edition times 57 that you need. Major League Gamer mode.
And there was another DLC that has guns in it because the game doesn't have guns by default, so you need to get this DLC. Otherwise, you're just going out there with a rock and you're throwing it, guys. But at least we give you a scope on the rock, so it's okay.
Ooh,
No, you
nice.
don't get a rock. You have to buy the DLC for the rock.
No, the rock's the free thing. We'll get the rock.
No, don't get the rock. You gotta run around going pew 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 with your finger.
Pew, 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 pew. Cute, 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 cute.
Cute.
No, not me. No, not me. No, no, no. That's not me. That's all you critters.
Cute.
What are you, Roscoe P. Coltrane?
I don't know. They were saying it too, that you're cute.
Are you also Roscoe P. Coltrane?
I don't get the reference.
Me neither.
I'm officially the old one. I win. Duke's a Hazard.
I never watched that.
Something Roscoe said a lot. That's how he would laugh.
I know it enough to get the call.
We used to watch it all the time. Because my dad and grandpa and grandma liked it, so at least it was fun. At least it was not country music for a little bit. Or wrestling.
You know, that's fair. Ugh, yeah, that's fair.
Also, to me, wrestling will forever be WWF and WWC or WCW. Because that's what it was when I was a kid. WCW and WWF.
WWF, I never knew. Oh, I knew about it. I didn't know about the other one. WCW?
Yeah, they were two different leagues, apparently.
Okay.
But I think they eventually merged into one at some point. I know, like...
And then became WWE to differentiate themselves from the World Wildlife Fund.
Who had more, crop on that letter set, apparently. I'm pretty sure they were, like, affiliated at least prior to becoming one unit. Because if I remember right, you'd still see some of the same wrestlers on both of the channels, on both the shows. So, yeah, it was two different kind of baseball leagues that everybody was kind of in at a given time. Part of that came down to every single wrestler is not an employee of WWE. They're an employee of themselves and do not get health insurance, or sick time or anything like that. So, yeah, it is okay to feel bad for your wrestler man friends on the TV if they get legit hurt, because they don't get paid time off to go get that dealt with.
No.
And yeah, I'm not going to get into the fact that yes, it is more or less staged, but the concept of doing most of that stuff they do on cue in synchronous so they're not hurting each other, that takes some serious physical stamina. That, and most of them are like, 6-pack and a couple of cannons up top. Oh my god, maintaining that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a job in of itself, let alone making sure you rehearse your fight with Big Bag Bubba to make sure you're not going to hurt each other whenever you throw each punch.
I actually got to help set up a WWE event one time. That was fascinating.
Were you like doing lights and sounds and stuff?
Yep, I was helping to load in the entire show.
Nice.
That was fascinating. The number of layers that they stretch for the ring floor. Oh my gosh.
Really?
Yes.
I never would have even thought about that.
It is actually like a very, very, very taut fabric It's not a hard. It's not a solid floor.
I kind of thought it was fabric all that time, but I didn't realize that it was like needing to be like many layers and pulled specifically taut and whatnot. Then again, it kind of would have to be.
That's how they get that bounce.
Yeah, the sheets
That's
bounce.
when they throw somebody down onto it, that's how they bounce.
Damn. It's thanks to that jackhole Vance McMoon or whatever the fluff his name. Oh, Vince McMahon. Yeah, he's an ass. Totally an
There's
ass.
a few of them that are, yes.
Oh yeah, there was Steve Austin. He was on one of the Grand Tour. He's talking about how he was wrestling, and how it's all. He's one of the few that says that it's actually staged. He said most of it's real, except the actual fighting is kind of staged. Like they're predicted who wins. He said when he was fighting either Andre the Giant or Big Triple H, he's like, yeah, you can fake it as much as you want. It ain't gonna defeat the purpose that he's as big and heavy as he is. No matter how much acting you do, there's no reducing how big he is to
Yeah.
lift him up and then slam him onto the ground.
And in the very least, even if they aren't like necessarily the rest of the fight staged, they're probably still pulling their punches, which is actually a lot harder to do than you'd think, to try and make a punch look like it's hitting good, but don't actually make it hit real
He
good.
said most of them, he said that they're kind of intense, like as real as they can get. He said when they were the makeup lady for that show, she said she never seen so many scars on somebody's head before.
Wow. Also, wrestlers are athletes and elite stunt people, even in the wrestling itself. Exactly. 100%. This is why I don't say, yes, it's staged, but that doesn't make them not like amazing acrobats that are up there doing all this stupid stuff on stage for all of us. I don't mean that in a negative sense. I meant just that.
It doesn't make the concussion any less fake either.
Yeah, like if they fall and hit their head in the process, or when they're like getting a body slam or whatever, and just something hits wrong. No matter what you do.
Getting slammed through a table.
Granted, most of those are probably prop tables that are designed to be breakaway. So this is at least stuff that does exist. So it's not outlandish, but it does come down to, it is still a lot of effort. It is a lot to take those hits or fake those hits, no matter what, no matter which way you're looking at it, no matter how a fight is specifically going. That's a lot of physical activity. Could you get up there and pretend fight for, 10 minutes with another guy that looks like a walking house?
Think how much they get paid? Probably, maybe.
And they get paid gig money.
So, yeah, the millions of dollars they make, I'm pretty sure it's worth it.
Most of them don't make millions of dollars, though. Not even most of the ones that are up on stage and you see and think are famousy. They get shit pay.
Yeah.
So for all the damage they're up there taking, they're probably not making too much more than your average person.
Because most of their money is probably going to their medical bills.
The number of times I've heard about a wrestler post being a wrestler having to put out a GoFundMe because they needed some reconstructive surgery or something because of their wrestling, and they literally couldn't afford it. I'm like,
that's insane.
Yeah, if you've done that for your whole life and you can't afford to go in and get your ribs fixed or something, that's bull. That says how much they're not being provided for. I'm not saying wrestling's my favorite show in the world. In fact, I honestly can't. I don't like watching it. But I'm not saying it's not a fun thing for somebody. I also don't like soap operas, so enjoy your soap operas. It's not my show either. Because that's what it is. They're guy soap operas. Grandma liked them though.
Definitely.
When Monster Jam was here in the Maverick Center here in my state, I actually got to walk up and look at Gravedigger.
Nice.
It's insane how big they are. Those
Oh
monsters.
yeah,
Like,
those tires on those things for realsies are just like, well,
and funny enough,
you're tiny.
they're big enough to you can drive on water with a monster truck. That's how big their tires are.
Wow, that's some
They're
serious
big
floaties.
enough that you can just drive through the water. Like just float on it.
All right, we have our escape plan, Nepal. Next time the monster trucks are in either Chicago or Fort Wayne, we steal one, and then we can drive it to Canada across the lake.
I'm not going to turn this idea down.
Okay. We have our escape plan.
What if you, yeah, but what if you had Edmund Fitzgerald?
Did it sink or something?
Yeah, it's sunk going across Lake Superior.
Oh, we won't go.
In the 70s, I think.
Yeah, there's even a song about it.
Monster trucks are Jesus.
Tanker.
I'm gonna agree with you on that, Jack. Monster trucks are apparently Jesus because they can drive on water.
Yeah. I think they do. It could have just been a MythBuster thing. They proved wrong, and I'm remembering it wrong. But I swear they're buoyant. The way the tires are designed, you could be able to drive on water.
I just don't want to have to pay to replace a set of those when they wear out. Goodness glaciers, just replacing the ones on my car are expensive, and that's not even an uncommon rare tire.
Your tires, they get smashed, ruin the hell out of them just during one show. Because I'm pretty sure driving through a bus isn't very good on your tires.
I'm gonna bet no. I'm gonna go with no. Okay, one of my favorite games to play with my Matchbox and Hot Wheels cars as a kid is I would get one of my trucks that had really big tires. I'd light up a bunch of cars and make a monster truck drive over top of them.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, didn't you do that?
I never had Matchbox cars.
Oh, you were totally missing out on little tiny cars that you could run down orange straps. Which, by the way, has limits.
Yeah.
If you go past the length of, say, about one of those orange tracks downhill, the car is going too fast and it will nope itself the hell off the track. I know this because, yes, we set it up against the table in the living room. That was normal. You can make a drop shoot there. But of course, my sister and I took like 10 strips of orange track, lined it down the stairs from upstairs. The car, no matter how straight we made the track, the car would never make it just past one strap before it was off. I even tried some of the triple wide track because I had some of that from a yard sale once. I made a long strip of that, and after about one full track piece, done. And their axles aren't straight enough. Their wheels aren't perfect enough to keep going straight for that fast. And the moment...
Yeah, the wheels have a little bit of wobble in them in the frame.
Yes, it's just like if your cars had like a bit of a ball joint issue, you start to shake at about 65. Same difference.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually just Googled it. Monster truck, specialized or heavily modified monster trucks can float on water, primarily because their massive air-filled tires provide enough buoyancy to keep them afloat.
Nice.
That's impressive.
Okay, well, it is after 1 in the morning. I do need to wrap up, kids.
And Gravedigger ain't even the biggest.
Bigfoot. All right, let me... Yep, good thing I brought up my extra things because I got wobbly now. Probably from being on too long. let's see. Which of my victims are still on? Hey, Zero is. I haven't raided him in ages. Come on. Yeah, I'll just go back to Zal later and lurk on him the old-fashioned way. Rady badiddle. Search for keyboard 0 0. Is that hit shift to get underscore 0 FR4 M. There he is. Got him. All right. Raid process is starting. It has been fun. I'll be back in tomorrow to play more Card Shop Sim. Not sure what I'm going to be aiming for this time, but we'll see what I feel like to being up to. Maybe some more redecorating, maybe some changing up things. Who knows? Good night, Caddie. Good night, Jack. And good night, everyone that's still here. Stick around for the raid. Get them extra channel points, especially if you're trying to save up for VIP, kids. Maggie says, have a good night. Good night, Maggie. I'm going to hit the button. Go be good to Zero. He's a good little foxy kit. Make sure you tell him he's a tiny little foxy kit. Bye, everybody. And stop streaming. Stop recording.